Hello, everybody. How's the Oni Dojo doing today? Hope you're all doing well. I see you're enjoying the accompanying music. But yes, I think it's officially time to shut it down because oh boy. We're gonna do some noticing. Wait, what? Grayzone had its first crash in ever. Did they patch it recently? What crashed? I wasn't affected by that. Hey there, Notary. Hello, friendly anarchist. Hello, sort of a demon, claiming first in both chats, as you usually do. Truly Havazir Nagila. uh, she yommed on my Kippur until I conquered 5 near-peer armies. All right. Oh, is that admin? That's fucking admin. Talk about Battlefield 6. I don't want to talk about Battlefield 6, my man. Why are you not progressing? Holy smoke. Am I gonna roast the hell out of everyone in this video? But there's a lot to catch up with. We're going to start with a funny one actually. So apparently the sugar weasel just got cooked. And it's not entirely surprising. We're gonna caveat why the sugar? Why indeed? It's not indexing. Interestingly enough. Let's see, Golden. I forget the guy's channel name. There is no way he took it down. There is absolutely no way. Golden Web. There we go. Q Sugar Weasel.
Hey guys, so everybody quick.
Interesting that it's not indexing. Let me. The entire game. You couldn't even send a report. Mouse ate the shit in the entire. I mean, isn't that? Are you? Is it like a server side issue or is it just the client crashed? I mean, games do that. No game is completely crash proof. Client go boom. Listen, that happens to. Let me just put it that way. It's happened more to to games with more funding at full release. So I don't. I think that's a non-issue. That is some good burn downs. Is that the last thing? Wait, what? The Egyptian Air Force is heard before basically ceased to exist? Likely so. All right. I'm caught up with chat. Let's start from the beginning. Is a so what Golden Web does here essentially? I think he puts it on a forced reset lower as opposed to a full auto lower. Um, and basically he put a sugar weasel on a forced reset lower. It would have been more interesting if he had actually run a complete sugar weasel build with a forced reset something inside. I mean, realistically, not much would have been lost if he would have just put a Delta Team tactical 3-position forced reset trigger there. I think that would have been just fine. Because the Sugar Weasel is, at the end of the day, just an AR. The Air War is sometimes overlooked in the 6-Day War, but it's amazing to see how ass fucked the Egyptian Air Forces got. Well, you see, the Egypt doesn't really have an Air Force to be completely transparent. None of the Arab nations really do. And you need to understand that the Israeli military, including the Air Force, was formed of uh, people of significant military experience repatriating both from the US and from the Soviet Union. A lot of those were people with combat deployment experience from World War II. Those were some hard as nails motherfuckers. Does actual full auto? I mean, it's a distinction without a difference. Realistically, it would have been if he has an SOT and he can buy like dealer samples and whatnot. It would have still been more interesting to see like a fully built out Sugar Weasel get absolutely murdered. But that's besides the point. So the way he runs the test is he runs like the gun non-stop. does that reflect the total lifespan of a gun if you were to use it like as you would normally do as a recreational shooter? No, because you would have probably it is very unlikely that you're going to be just mag dumping magazine after magazine into a berm with extremely short intervals just to clear malfunctions and swap in a new magazine. So that does sort of push it outside of the normal use case. However, it does a very good job of identifying bottlenecks in the construction, as it will with the sugar weasel. And again, let's establish a benchmark real quick, because I believe he has a comment somewhere where he lists, there it is. Okay, so here we are. This is the full list of the burn downs that he's run. The Q Sugar Weasel is actually the worst performing upper to this day. Meltdowns are just a way of a massive extreme use test. The only thing you need is a certain amount of RPM, which can be limited by magazine quality. Yeah. Well, so the best performing so far is the BRN4. And that is not surprising, because that is also a short throw gas piston system. Good on it. It's basically an AR-18 I wonder how close it is in construction to the HK416, both being piston guns essentially. Geisley H-Bar Custom Upper, that's a direct impingement gun. Radian Mod 1, Spear LT up there, also a piston gun. And all the way down, there's a PWS Mark 111. That is also a piston gun. Interesting that it did not perform as well as an Aero Precision standard upper. Reiki IAR, your beloved. Where is it? I don't see it. Never mind. It's probably on here somewhere if you say it is. But yeah, the Weasel did not perform well. Spoiler alert. So we're just gonna let's let him talk.
Meltdown. YouTube, if you're watching this video is 100% YouTube compliant. The magazines we use are 29 round YouTube compliant magazines. The lower we are running is a semi-automatic lower. It is not fully automatic. Everything we have here is 100% YouTube compliant and federal and state and local law regulated and compliant. We do not sell firearms. For anybody watching this video to believe we're doing anything out of the ordinary, whatever.
No, Terry, do fucking not, okay? It's not that I disagree with you, but fucking moderate your language for Twitch, or I will be struck down. Do we have an understanding, my guy?
Every bit of this is script, and we're not even shooting real bullets. So that being said, guys,
do not glow in the Twitch chat, okay?
Enjoy the meltdown. Let's go ahead and get started. Receiver, and it was sent to us from Optics Planet, so thank you to them boys. If you all know me, I love the gold. I just love gold. So don't use that code. There ain't no code, but if there was a code, it would probably be gold, but there's not a code for YouTube watching.
Damn, that's too bad there's not an Optics Planet code. Especially not a gold.
Not a code, but anyway, thank you to Optics Planet for the upper receiver in today's video and the ammunition in today's video.
Yes, glowing is for Twitter. Twitter lets you use all of the words, and I will never get banned for letting you use those words. You have no idea what this man has said? Neither do I. I would definitely never try to use the code GOLD when checking out at Optics Planet.
Also as well,
we're gonna get back to that topic, because there are going to be some purchases that I'm going to be recommending today.
So, thank you to Center Target Firearms and Indoor Range for the semi-automatic lower, semi-automatic, 1 round per pull of trigger. I've got a quick trigger finger, and also thank you to RTS.
See, that's why I'm not sure if he says that just to be compliant, or if he actually just does have a force reset system set up there.
For our plates, our armor plate, and our armor that keeps us safe during the video. QR codes floating somewhere around my head, so thank you to them 3 sponsors for today's video. So, something else. This Q Sugar Weasel has been one that has been requested a good amount of time on the channel. Probably, top 5 requested something from Q, and we thought this would be the best one to do. So we didn't really know the profile of the barrel or anything like that.
It would be interesting to see a honey badger undergo something like that. Understandably, there are. Well, I think you can. I think you can have a honey badger go super safe, so you can have it go burr pretty quickly.
like that. This
But I imagine it would have a lot of the same issues because the gas system on the honey badger is not materially different from the one they employ for the sugar weasel.
profile barrel is a pretty good medium, almost. I mean, I wouldn't severe call it an H bar, but it's almost in between a medium and
Yeah, I've seen Micah's video. Micah kind of cocked up running a forced reset anything in his SIG because he, like, you would think that when you're setting up to run a video, you would know to actually research what you're doing, and he could have gotten the Spear LT to run if he had installed a trip bar.
H bar, and it tapers all the way down to a pretty much a government pencil barrel towards the end. But I love the barrel profile. It is a stainless steel barrel. You know, some people's like, oh well, we don't know how long it's going to last. That is true, but at the same time, the Radium Mod 1 was a stainless steel barrel, and you all seen how long that one lasted. So this one right here, it could be a top 5 contender. And you know, our top 5s is any of them that's over 1,000. You know, we've got the LMT DI.
No, he's also wearing a Born United shirt. They're a pretty good brand.
1001, the SIG Spear LT at 1010, Radium Mob 1 at 1055, Red Right Hand at like 1047, somewhere around there. So it could easily be a top 5 contender very easily. So, you know, I'm thinking it's going to go up there pretty high. Let me know in the comments.
Am I saying that Micah isn't as good as Garantham? I may be insinuating something to that effect, yeah. I may also frown on the fact that all of the Leviathan influencers dropped him like a sack of shit. Not over his infidelity. I think that was just, people looking for a reason. They dropped him because and when he left Leviathan, and I have no patience for people who do that. The PSR video came out before his PSR actually did remember a trip bar for his 12-inch at the rate of fire. It's amazing. I think PSR's is not a proper MCX. His is an AR lower conversion MCX. So a little bit different. It's easier to FRT that one. I believe it still needs a trip bar, but the trigger is less fucky wucky. I'm trying to remember. There are forced reset solutions. I'm waiting for Atreus to figure out how to run their 3-position safety because you love clout chasing so much. I don't think it was clout chasing. I think that both Micah and Charlie thought that they were hot shit because like they were popular characters on Garantham's channel, and they thought that they were cool on their own and not because Mike brought them in for skits or had them participate in the video. They've grossly overestimated how much riz they're able to put into frame. They did not in fact read the room, and they did not realize that it was actually all Garantham and like 5% either one of them. But I digress.
Comment section below right now what you all think this is going to go before the video starts, because once again, that helps the algorithm. I like to see comments, and also while you're at it,
But yeah, the point I was making earlier, I really want the Atreus super safety or super selector to work in an MCX because I very much prefer my nice 2-stage trigger, and the alternative is the AS design kit, which right now I believe is still out of stock. So, and I would need to butcher my trigger to do that. Like, it needs to be a super safety cut to work with the AS design trip. Not a big fan of that. So if I were to go the AS design route, I would have to buy an extra trigger, have that cut for a super safety cut, buy the AS design trip, buy the AS design sear, and that'll run me something to the effect of $600, probably 7. Which again sounds way too finicky. It's gonna work. Like, it's confirmed that all of that does work inside of an MCX. Like there is no question if it works. The problem is it's $600 for a thing, which I would feasibly probably be able to get significantly cheaper, and while also fucking way less with the internals. You don't own an MCX and coat hangers are cheap. I don't know what you speak of. What is this coat hanger you speak of? Hey there, Night Rose. We're looking at a Q product shit itself.
Comment again and say, what do you want to see us melt? You know, we're kind of getting to the end of what is the most requested ones we've seen. We've still got a few coming, don't get me wrong. We still got multiple we're getting ready to be filming today. But that being said, please comment.
You speak only of the secret hideout of Saddam Hussein. New platform, what dis? Are you new to Twitch? Welcome to chat. Anna Marupere. I hope I read that correctly.
What you think this is going to go?
Oh, or are you talking about the gun that's in frame or the Glock? We've not looked at the Glock V's yet. It's not great. We're gonna look at the burn down, then we're gonna look at the Glock V's.
Go and what you think, what you all would like to see melt, and we're still keeping a tally list to see. You know, hey, this
Had a
is
hard on for the MCX, but you refuse to give money to SIG even if you had. I lucked out very, very severely with my cane break. It was the last generation of what was essentially a cut down Virtus. I think it was a Gen 3. It had all of the kinks worked out, and it was before they introduced the LT line that had a reduced weight upper. For, you know, people without full upper body strength. So it's on the heavier side, and you will feel as much as when you run it, but it runs. Like I have a full certainty that that is a gun that runs because it like I had no issues with QC, like no nothing. All of my pick rails are in spec, all of my parts are in place. It hadn't benefited from a single clean, and I think I'm on my like second 1,000 of rounds that have gone through it. So I'm definitely over 1,000 runs that a gun. God fucking damn it! I'm over 1,000 rounds that I've shot through the MCX, and it still runs very reliably. So my cane break is good. Like it's a good gun. I trust it as my home defense rifle, as my primary do everything rifle. The only thing it's currently missing is a suppressor, which I will hopefully have on it by the end of the year because I've seen that SIG suppressors are back in stock. Yes, I know SIG, they make the suppressors locally here in New Hampshire, and it's the only can that fits inside of the SD handguard comfortably. Maybe if the Hux works, I need to measure it. If the Hux works can fit inside of the SD handguard, maybe I'll go with that one, but I will most likely just get an SLH 762 can and call it a day. Just, you know, native parts, marry up natively. I like it when parts work together because that also doesn't, you know, create issues for the warranty. But that being said, I cannot, in good confidence, recommend that anyone buys anything SIG going forward because my SIG predates them starting to use parts MIM'd in India. That is, for example, why I'm very resistant to buying a new barrel for the MCX that I really wanted because I wanted to swap out. Yeah, I have my pre-India parts. But that's why I am hesitant to buy the 6-inch 300 blackout barrel that I wanted to use in the cane break because that seems to be sort of the golden optimal spot for 300 blackout performance in PDWs. I was also potentially considering getting a 9-inch barrel and then pin and welding the muzzle device to make it a one stamp gun essentially. But again, I'm not sure I trust SIG with new parts right now. Like it's good that they're available. If something breaks, I can at the very least send it in to get warranty repaired or just buy the parts and repair it myself. But I cannot in good conscience recommend buying anything SIG as of today. even with, I know that the whole airman case turned out to be something entirely different. I'm sorry, that does not negate the 10 other cases of your P320s going off on camera. The fact that one guy decided to use the justifiably bad reputation of the P320 in order to cover up his own probably manslaughter, maybe murder, does not negate the fact that your gun was already in hot water and already had a known design flaw, partially caused by where you make parts.
That's what the next one requested is, so we can send it to Optics, explain it to the rest of our sponsors, and get a good idea of what you all want to see. But once again, Q Sugar Weasel, good medium profile barrel, tapers out to a a pencil-esque government style barrel here at the end.
Yeah,
we got
exactly.
the Q cherry bomb here on the end, so it's going to be a good distribution of that power. So I don't think, it might not be leaning that much, but as long as that gas tube will hold up, I think we're going to have a good show today on the channel. Guys, beautiful upper, and this is one that's been requested for a while now. And like I said, I'm glad to be back here on the meltdown thing. My wife has been pretty sick lately, and then Kyle's schedule and everything like that. Kyle's a very busy man, so we always have to work around him. I know you love Kyle, and I do too. But we're back, and we're back in black. How about that?
Pencil barrel meltdown, you think you found the problem? You think the fact that it narrows down on its profile? No, it's going to be more interesting than that.
But either way it goes, we're going to have us a good time today. And boys, let's get on with the show. Woo! All right, guys, here we go. Q Sugar Weasel.
I like the
Let's
GoPro.
Here's to you.
Also, damn, I really like DevTech as a concept, but it just costs so much money to get one of those. You still want your mega sombrero?
Oh! Yeah, she's starting to heat up a little bit. Heat that little. Starting to run a little bit better.
Doing pretty okay so far. That's 29 round magazines to the T. Yes, I am counting.
Yeah, nope, out of battery. Gosh dang it. Gosh, dog, got double feed and a half, boys. Hi, cooking.
I hate double feeds. It's just such a goddamn nightmare to deal with.
Gosh, dog, what a malfunction there.
I mean, it's smoking because he's shooting in a very, very high cadence. Like, normally any gun is going to heat up once you burn an entire magazine. If you mag dump this quickly, most guns are going to set off a little bit of steam.
No. What's happened?
He didn't have an override. He had a double feed. Double feeds are usually operator error. It means that you slammed the magazine so hard into the gun that it popped one of the rounds and then started stripping the second one.
All right. We've had a very severe malfunction. Bolt carrier group will not go into battery. The gas tube has already give out, boys. Yeah, gas tube is already snaking on us, so we might have a gas tube failure already. If that is the case, Kyle, that might be the worst one we've ever had so far yet. My calculations are correct. I hope that ain't right, because like I said, I was looking forward to this and going a long while, but let's go ahead and take it apart, look at it, and see what she's done.
Thrown primer? No, I don't believe so.
Right, guys, so
hold up. Look at that. I'm trying to catch that. Do you see that gas tube glowing inside of the handguard? Holy overpriced Batman.
All right, guys, so final round count on the Q Sugar Weasel. 200 rounds. 200 rounds.
Glowing so bright you don't even need a weapon light on that thing anymore.
Rounds right on the dot. So that actually puts it in last place. That is last place of every single meltdown that we've ever done to this point right now. Your failure point in this was the gas tube. The gas tube is completely bent right here. It's completely, I mean, it's shrunk down on the actual barrel itself. It's snaking all the way up in the receiver, just like a snake, like I said. And then back here, which is what caused that one failure a minute ago that we've seen, it is completely to the right of the receiver, so it's pointing over here. So the gas tube, the gas tube itself couldn't even go back into the bolt carrier group.
200 rounds. That's not even like a full. Again, all caveats apply. It did not. A fucking PSA could last longer than that. I'm pretty sure that I've seen Garantham do a burn down of a PSA upper, and that thing lasted what, like 5,000 rounds. Sure, it had some signs of wear. Sure, it was no longer shooting even 3 MOA groups, but at the same time, a PSA upper costs what, like $300? That's without a sale.
So in turn, you know, whenever the bolt carrier group tried to go forward to load that other round in there, that's why it got hung up. And then whenever I re-racked it, that round was completely, you know, off of its normal path of travel, I guess, to where whenever I pulled it out, it didn't extract with it because it didn't have a bite on the actual rim of the cartridge. And then I tried to load another one up in there, and that's why we had that severe failure that we seen. But that being said, though, as you all can see in the video,
Iraq Veteran 888 did this with an Anderson, and it lasted longer. Hell, you've had gas tube failures, but they all took longer than 200 rounds. Yeah, that's the thing.
So it was hung up then even prior to us doing that. So, you know, I was looking forward to this one, like I said, being a top 5 contender, just because that barrel profile is, I mean, it's one of the best barrel profiles I've seen. And if this thing had a good gas tube in it, I think, still technically speaking, it would have made it. But what kind of gas tube is Q using for their rifle systems? I mean, you know.
We're gonna watch the rest of the video. There's a comment that he contacted Q support. Q support is cooperative, so they've taken the upper in to fix it and replace the gas tube and fix any damage that the melted gas tube may have caused. So far, again, does this mean that it would fail out of 200 rounds after 200 rounds with normal use? No. Still means that your gas tube is your most likely point of failure. And that's not great. Tinfoil tube? Probably. Yeah, exactly. It is by design a point of failure, but not that fast. Q claims that the Sugar Weasel is the best AR out there. It is the best example of an AR-15. And that is why it costs $2,000 for what is essentially just an AR-15. And that would presuppose that your tolerances are very tight, and I assume the lockup on the upper and lower and like the bolt lockup is very consistent. You would have think that like all of those the sum of those parts should be something better than what I can get off of PSA on a sale for $500. Should have sprung for a Reynolds brand foil, probably. But yeah, if you're doing all of that for your rifle, but then you cut corners on a fucking gas tube, like Kevin, my guy, what are we doing here? Like, I was realistically considering buying a honey badger just for the swag, just to have one in the collection. I no longer feel like dropping $3,000 if that's like the level of the quality of the builds that we're looking at here. And again, we did not have a Sugar Weasel lower because it would have been interesting to see how the lower survives that kind of punishment. For the price, you could be running a Super Duty or a Daniel Defense. Listen, you can buy a Daniel Defense Mark 18 with a brace for $2,000, less on a good sale. And I, for some reason, don't think that a Mark 18 would melt in 200 rounds. I kind of highly doubt that. Not only that, I doubt that the Daniel defense would have melted down if you ran it with a suppressor, which is considered adverse conditions because you get a lot more back pressure. So yeah, it's interesting to see what Q says about this. They've been very silent. I'm pretty sure that Kevin is losing sleep over this right now because he can't just hand wave this away as like, oh, you're just the pores and you're just the just as good. Apparently, my guy, you are the one who's making the just as good shovelware. Saw Braced Mark 18 on sale on PSA for around 700. Yeah, I also saw that deal. I shouldn't be buying new guns right now. They are in fact sold out. Yeah, I figured for that kind of money, I can see them being gone. I had to bite my tongue and just I really wanted to make some very bad financial decisions there. If I get a raise this year, I'm definitely buying one. But again, hey, it's Daniel defense. Like they make a lot of those. The trainism hurts us in moments like this. Yeah, exactly. The gun pattern trainism does hit different. Okay, let's look at. That's not what we're looking at. We are going to look at the Glock V, and I am disheartened by what I saw because apparently I am smarter than both the Glock Widow and Glock lawyers. So let's look at this. Let's have Lenny McGill give us the rub.
With the Glockster Performance and Custom Shop here in the beautiful Nashville studios, and I've got some news for you. I've got some Glock news.
Not a huge fan of shorties, but the Mark 18 is raw sex appeal and good quality. I mean, listen, a build is usually every AR build or every gun is a tool that is supposed to fill a specific niche. I like the Mark 18 because it is a very reliable CQB rifle. It is something that is supposed to send hate down a corridor very reliably and very fast. Also, a Mark 18 is basically the best short-barreled AR that you can get just out of the box. The only thing that you feasibly would have to mess with is the trigger, because the Daniel Defense trigger is, it's all right. It's a trigger. I personally, the first thing I would do if I were to get my hands on a Mark 18, I'm putting an Atria Super Selector in that thing, and that's it. And I'm just letting it rip. Granted, I would probably have to replace the buffer tube as well. Again, small mercies. But it's very good as a little hateful stick that goes burr. It is basically what the platform was always designed to be. And 5.56 is significantly cheaper to shoot than 300 Blackout.
News for you. The new V models have.
We saw a Mark 18 with a super safety in a 60-round quad stack a bit ago. I shot a Mark 18 upper off of my off of the lower that has the super selector in it as a test. Because I had I don't have the correct buffer tube in. It only ran in like sequences of 3 to 4 shots, but it worked. That was very fun. I also previously just shot a proper like SOT'd modern production full auto Mark 18. Life is not the same after that. This is what put me over the edge of believing that, yeah, I should be able to just order a machine gun off of a Sears catalog and have it shipped to my door.
Arrived. About 3 weeks ago, we did a post where we mentioned that Glock would be discontinuing the Gen 3, 4, and 5 models. Some people said we leaked it, but bottom line was it's, basically readily available information. And so now the new V model is here. And the key factor in our mind was, well, okay, what's different about that? But if you look at them, this being a standard Gen 5 Glock 19, this being the new V line or V model, they look a lot alike. In fact, There's really not a whole lot of visual differences until you get into, truly inspecting them, but they're basically the same. They feel the same. The grip is the same. The grip angle is the same, which is good.
That essentially means that your magazine compatibility, all of your sort of lower parts, at least superficial buttons, are probably the same, your mag releases and whatnot.
But you'll notice on the side of the V model, it actually says 19V on the slide. And on the frame, it has a V. So those are the two obvious things that you'll see. Another one that's kind of obvious when you start to really look at the guns is the slide cover plate is totally different than the Gen 5. So this being the Gen 5 right here, and this being the new V model, you'll notice that there's a couple subtle differences. The notch or the post on the frame that interacts, or is at the back of the frame here, interacts with that slide cover plate, is kind of notched or ledged versus it being flat over here. The notch or...
That basically means that your V series slide is just not going to work on your Gen 5 grip, unfortunately.
Post on the trigger housing is a different shape than the Gen 5. And you can look at the picture there.
So basically, the key difference is this little notch that they have added over here that prevents the insert. Does it really though? Is my question. Does it really prevent shit? Does it really prevent shit, my guy? Then again, even if this mechanical additive blocks the insertion of a switch, I'm still not convinced, because that's like what, a 30-second Dremel job to remove. But you are invalidating a generations worth of backwards compatible hardware. And that's why my advice right now, because also notice that the Striker, the Striker catch profile is very different. My advice, this is going to be AutoCADed into oblivion in a week, yes. But not only that, my advice, if you have any Glock Gen 5s in your current rotation, or any of the discontinued Glock generations realistically, I would advise to buy some spare parts for the slide assembly. Just, the striker, the safety plunger, the back plate, sort of the wear parts that do give out on after 3,000 to 5,000 rounds. Because those are going to become increasingly scarce as time goes on. Glock did say that they're going to honor warranties and whatnot, but at the same time, you would void your warranty by installing a non-OEM Glock or messing with it otherwise. So I wouldn't rely on Glock post-sale support for that. At some point, if you send them a gun in for warranty, they may just switch it out for a V model as part of warranty service. I'm also somewhat concerned about the fact that the surface area of the Striker is significantly reduced. It's about 2/3 of the original. Not sure what to make of this. I'm not sure how that interacts with the internals. I just do not like it. I do not like when where the surface area of my safety features is reduced. We've already seen someone play those fuck games, and now they're facing 10 different injury lawsuits that they're settling out of court.
You can see there's a little bit of difference there that kind of makes it a little different. The other thing that's different too is the actual slide cover plate is a unique shape. It's not just the full half mount. It kind of goes up and it has a little hitch to it and gets a little bit skinnier there at the top. So those slide cover plates are not interchangeable. That's what we determined right off the bat. The trigger pull for the Gen 5.
Oh man, I sure hope the Striker doesn't start to fail from the reduced material strength. Yeah. To be fair, there's also a safety plunger. That's a more... the catch is largely redundant after the trigger safety, after the disconnector bar, after the whatchamacallit, after the plunger, but it is still a safety feature that I really like having.
Is basically about 4.5 pounds, okay? And we wanted to measure it against the V model. There's 4.5. This being my dead weight trigger weight, okay? 2, 3, 4.5. And this being the V model, and we think they're basically the same. All right, let's go ahead and test this one. Basically the same. So there's about
that felt like it's a little heavier. I'm not gonna lie. That felt like it's a little more resistant. Do they get safety failure lawsuits and wait what? Now they get both safety failure lawsuits and switch lawsuits. Yeah. I guess they get to have that as a little treat.
4.5, maybe even a 4.25 for both of those guns, the Gen 5 and the new V model. So no real difference in the actual trigger feel in my mind. Actually just feeling it. Same exact feel on the finger, same exact pull. The reset, basically the same as the Glock 19 Gen 5. Yeah, I don't really see much of a difference. I don't hear much of a difference. It basically sounds the same, feels the same, and looks the same. Now let's go ahead and take the slide off of the V model. And the disassembly is the same as well. It's got the standard slide lock. Hand goes up here. We pull back on the slide just a little bit and pull down and hold down, and off comes the slide.
Wait, that thing is ambidextrous. It has an ambidextrous slide release.
Okay, just like
I don't believe that's universal for Gen 5s.
that. Okay, frame, upper, lower, slide. Okay, so this is the V model, and there's a couple of subtle, well, not subtle, but really obvious changes here, should I say. I'll go ahead and take the Gen 5 slide off. And here's what we're going to notice. If you look at the firing pin lug, the striker lug, you're going to see that it is bigger.
Picks up 19 J5 ambi slide release? Okay, if you say so.
And wider than the new V model. Let me get.
Why is it already like shitty and rusted through? Did it arrive like that?
These a little closer.
Okay, so these are your little notches that are preventing the striker channel is narrower. I'm hoping that does not create any kind of hangups.
Like that. So this lug is larger than this one. The actual channel for the striker or firing pin is narrower on the new V model. So those two pieces are not interchangeable. Additionally,
again, that's why I say you may want to stock up on your slide assembly parts.
You're going to notice on the slide they have added this ramp right here that goes on either side of the firing pin channel. And that ramp is not present on the Gen 5, but it's new here. And as you can see that these are raised somewhat. And that's one of the major differences we see. Okay, it appears to me, just looking at this,
that looks like something a CNC machine can just chew through. What the fuck is with all of this rust? Like, this is an older gun because this is a Gen 5. Why is the inside of the V all shitty and rusted? Like, Lenny is in Tennessee. It's not a port side city. Why? Like, let me take apart. I really don't want to take apart my carry gun. Fine, fuck it, I'll do it. Just a second. Make sure that it's safe. All right, safe, confirmed, safe, and empty. I'm going to shit up my hands because it's lubed up. Okay. Please don't be making parts in India. All right, so like I'm looking on the inside of my Glock 43X right now. And this is my like everyday carry gun. This is on me in Texas all of the time. I do not leave home without it. It is with me and on me at all times. The only time I've had an issue with rust is when I cracked off the MOS plate. Hopefully, I didn't leave any. Oh, I did leave fingerprints on the goddamn optic. The only time. You know what? Group activity. Go and check your. Go check your Glocks for Glock inspection day. That sounded horrific. Enough of the size comparison. Time for the taste test. Horrible, 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 Notary. Absolutely disavow. Okay, we're in battery. Glock inspection day. Whip out your Glocks. But yeah, do check your carry guns for rust. The only time I've found rust on my Glock is underneath the MOS plate. I was not aware that it's not an airtight lockup, so it was just shitty and rusted underneath the MOS plate. But because the metal is still coated, it's not a sheer, like, naked cutout metal. I just cleaned it off with some rubbing alcohol, and that's it. And the gun runs. Whip, let's inspect it. Remember to God check that the chamber is clear before you start disassembling your Glocks. This is the most common cause of NDs with Glocks. You need to have the magazine out and the chamber is empty because you need to have the striker drop to disassemble it. When you're going to check it to when you're going to disassemble your Glock, make sure that it is clear. Double check, visually double check that there is nothing feeding ammunition into the gun, and that the chamber is in fact clear. Because you don't know, maybe your ejector is fucked up, and you cycling the gun however many times will not actually pull the round out of the chamber. Still lubed, a little dusty, but who cares? No discoloration of any. But then okay, see, same again. But then what the fuck is this? How is your brand new dealer Glock so beshitted and rusty? What the fuck is this? This is extremely alarming because that means that these were made in such a rush that they don't have a proper finish on them. It looks like it's actually over. Why wouldn't you make sure any gun is well? The thing is, Night Rose, is that some people get very complacent with their handling of firearms, and I'm sort of exposing myself to that to a certain extent because I have my Glock 19X as like a fidget toy on my desk right now because it's not in active rotation. And boy golly, I think I'm gonna buy another Gen 5 Glock. But exactly. But I have a firearm that's basically never loaded. I have a Glock 19X that I do not keep loaded. It just sits on my desk and I dry fire with it. Even then, I try to instill it in myself that magazine out, press check that the chamber is clear. Now I can fuck around with it. But unless they ship these unfinished and or no factory storage lubricant, then shipped. Well, see, I don't have a single airsoft pistol, so I have to use a real one. Unless they ship these by plane, the storage container on the boat did not serve them well. I doubt that they would. Like, I would guess that these would be shipped. Well, first of all, I think Glocks are assembled. Well, I'm not sure if they're assembled locally or just shipped from Austria. Now that I think about it, I don't know. But it's kind of unacceptable that your brand new Glocks arrive to the dealer in this condition. Like if I buy a gun and it's that inside, I'm fucking returning that piece of shit. Like this is not what a brand new gun is supposed to look like. Why is your shit all rusted over like that? listen, I am not the ATF. I am not your lawyer, but I also say that you probably shouldn't self-report in chat. Okay, let's not felony post on the internet in the open.
Guide rods are the same. The safety plunger is the same. Everything looks the same.
I mean to be fair, there's an itty bitty bit of rust on the Gen 5 one as well. So maybe it's the storage conditions in Lenny's warehouse, but then again, what does that say about Glock Store? Like I'm just not impressed so far. It's good that the guide rods are consistent. It means the guide rods, the barrels, at least those parts are not going to be an immediate shortage.
Raceway looks the same. Really doesn't look there's been a whole lot of changes there. But that firing pin is definitely different. So that is the major changes we've seen so far. Now, we haven't done a deep dive into these yet because we just got them.
You'd buy 2 new Glocks, in which case, what the hell? Well, he doesn't need to buy 2 new Glocks. First of all, you can't really buy a new Gen 5 from Glock anymore because they don't fucking sell them anymore. They've discontinued generations 3 through 5. I assume he still has at least some amount of stock standing in the Glock store.
So I think later this week I'll do a disassembly, reassembly.
Your Gen 3 Model 20 is a bit dusty, but the magazine well, but no rust. Yeah.
They compare each and every part, but it appears to me that the trigger housing is a little different. It looks like the trigger bar and the trigger shoe are really the same, but we're going to find out a little bit more about that next time. But I did want to show you this. We were concerned that when they introduced these new slides, they did not introduce an MOS model, which is really interesting because everybody really wants the optic. So we thought for a second, maybe they did something that would not allow us to mill the slide for an optic. So we kind of went ahead and took one of the V models and actually milled it for an RMR optic. And you can see it looks great.
I see, no, Terry, like trying to time this doesn't really help them because I think that a brand new Glock abso-fucking-lutely shouldn't look like that. Again, okay, let's go. Gen 5 Glock. Here's my desk fidget toy Glock. I'm gonna have to. We're just gonna lock it back. I think that's the fastest way to inspect it. Just because I don't want to take it apart because I have a thread protector and it's Loctited in. Ah, you know what? Okay, I think I actually. Okay, I may have talked shit a little too quickly because the lubricant, like the factory lubricant on the inside of the slide, is kind of rust colored. Because that definitely is not rust yet. Because I've just not used this gun. And it does look very different under direct white light. So maybe that's just maybe that is the storage lubricant that they use? Okay, I will retract that comment for now until further notice.
And it fits great. So now that's the good news is that you can take your V model slide and send it to us for our 10-day optic program where we mill your slide, we install the optic, and we return it to you in 10 days or less. It's been a very popular program because everybody likes to go with the optic. And now the V models are available for that program. So the V models are here. Like I said, there doesn't seem to
probably the only benefit of doing that is you can get it directly milled for an RMR.
Be a whole lot of difference, except for those things we just mentioned, which is definitely there's some compatibility issues there with the firing pin, the trigger housing. We're not quite sure yet. Again, we're going to take it apart and put it back together and try to mix and match those parts and see what happens. And we'll do that in a future video. But the bottom line is the V line is real. I wasn't joking when I said that. We were just sharing information that we found from a distributor, and we were the first ones out. And everybody kind of said to me, "Hey, you're crazy." And I said, "I know it's kind of a crazy thought because everybody loves the Glock 19 the way it is, but they made some changes, and those changes are here to stay." And we're here to help support Glock and get those changes out and make sure that everybody's happy with their Glock, because the bottom line is Glock is still the best firearm in the world.
That remains to be seen.
Lug.
Okay, I may have talked shit a little too quickly. because I think just based on the placement,
Based on what? Based on the stick in your mouth.
valid. However, I think that is actual storage lubricant. Yeah, yeah. You've seen rust-colored anti-seize copper-based, but not. I think it might actually be like their analog of Cosmoline that they use, because I've not fired the 19X yet. It's a completely unfired Gen 5. Buy it while they last. I wonder what is the resale value of a 19X going to be in like a couple of months. Very interested to see. I am tempted to buy a Gen 5 gun just for the resale value. Because the moment one of these has a hang fire, or God forbid, an unintended discharge, oh boy. This Glock 19X is going to age like fine wine overnight. That's one of the reasons I've not taken it out to the range to shoot, even though I really like it. It was because it was a gift from Onii wife, and I'm very pleased about it. It's my very very favorite fidget toy. But damn, if the resale, if I can resell it for like $2,000 because it's an unfired Glock, like brand new in box. Mmm. You know, I could buy a lot if I can basically just sell a Glock and buy myself a Mark 23 for the money that I make off of it. It becomes a very tall order.
You're going to
I'm just
see
saying.
that it is.
Yeah, okay. So this is just storage lube. Okay, it's fine. At the very least, the coatings are still in place. Our concerns have been addressed. The shekels do be smelling, yeah.
There are lots of
Okay. Let's see what's up next.
she keeps saying.
Actually, you know what? I want to see what Johnny Glock has to say about the new V series, because he has a big video out.
All right. Hey guys, what's up? Johnny Glock here. We tried to go live stream on YouTube. It got taken down immediately. I think AI might have saw the gun or something like that. And then we tried to bounce over to Instagram.
I really think that's, in the case of Google, that has to be manual review, because I've gotten away with murder.
And my account's
no lowball offers. I know what I got, sonny.
It's not set up for this, so we're just going to do this the good old-fashioned way. We're just going to shoot a video and post it, and it's even better because we have you know, more sophisticated camera and stuff like that to do that for you guys. So, you know, the V model. There's been all kind of panties being ruffled about Glock here in the last several weeks or whatever. Once once Lenny McGill broke the internet concerning this discontinuation of the Gen 5s.
I'd say a lot of the ruffling is now justified, because apparently the Glock lawyers are not smart enough to just replace the cruciform trigger with a performance trigger, and it means they would have reduced the margin on every gun by $30 while gaping all of their competition wide open to be fucked in court.
I'm going to say the Gen 5s because, you know, Gen 3s were only being manufactured, from my understanding, for California, and then the Gen 4s have been discontinued since 2018, maybe even sooner than 2018. I think the last one they had something trickled that might have been discontinued, but they still service those guns. They still, every Gen 3 part they have that's OEM is on the Armor's sheet, on the Armor's parts list. Every single part for the Gen 4 is on the Armor's parts list. And Glock has confirmed that everything on the Gen 5 list is going to be on the Armor's parts list. So they will continually, so I think the last major Gen 3 was maybe 2006. You know, that's almost 20 years ago. So they still have parts for those that they're servicing those weapons, because there's so many of these still out there. So they're not going to discontinue parts and service. So let's just get that out of the way. Second,
big if true.
I personally don't own a, you know, several multi-million dollar company. I do know, I could speculate why they did it, but I'm not a fan of like speculate. That's why I've been kind of quiet.
I know why they did it. I know why they because the Glock widow is scared because the Glock lawyers made her scared. Because it's the job of a lawyer to identify risks and then offer ass covering solutions for it. But it is the job of the CEO to sometimes tell the lawyers to shut the fuck up. And I don't think that the Glock widow has that competency because she's only at the helm of the company because she hopped on Gaston Glock's cock. She hopped on his Glock soon enough to be included in the will, despite being significantly younger than the man. Listen, good on him for scoring. No shade thrown there. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes lawyers need to feel the whip. You do not let lawyers design your product. We're in Dr. Seuss's fuck mouth game theory. Yep, very much so. Very much so. I'm not seeing OEM Glock parts on Optics Planet, by the way. Maybe Brownells. I'm just looking at. I'm just looking, and it's not great. I've seen some on the Glock store, and I'm definitely picking up a set. Because it's not great. Handgun parts, slides and parts, and I'm gonna see made in the USA. I'm probably gonna have to. I may have to buy some aftermarket shit now that I think about it. I've definitely seen OEM parts available. Firing spring safety plunger, firing pin channel liner. So I'm seeing individual Gen 5 Glock parts. Firing pin out of stock. Glock 43 pin out of stock. I'm not enjoying this. This is not great. Although, to be fair, Brownells is also very bad at keeping stock. Let's see if Palmetto State Armory has anything. Glock. Slide parts. Parts kit. Let's see if it finds anything. Seeing lots of sale items, not seeing. Let me pull it up on the screen so that you can see with me. Let's see. It's gonna be probably guns. No, shop all gun parts. Handgun parts. 6-hour parts. Glock parts. Franklin Armory Blem stuff. Zev trigger. Don't know why a Sig Romeo is in here. Glock 19 parts because my slide is a 19. Frame parts. No, we need upper parts specifically. Glock 19 slides, barrels. Nope. Holsters. I don't know why we're looking at holsters. Grips. 19 slide parts. There we go. Slide release, extended slide lock, back plate, sight plates, comp, slide release, back plates. Ejector. Rival Arms slide part kits. I would prefer OEM. Zephyr out of stock. The OEM shit is probably also out of stock. Zev would probably be my fallback if I can't find any OEM stuff. OEM Glock slide parts. Glock store. NZD Performance. I need Gen 5. I need Gen 5 in particular. Glock store, OEM replacement parts. I wonder if the Glock shop still sells them. That would be interesting. I'm seeing sights. Ameriglow sights would be nice to just, have them out of the box on the gun, but that's besides the point. Lots of grips, threaded barrels. Not seeing any actual parts, though. Mag catch, floor plate, magazine spring. So no actual parts. Okay, recoil spring are getting warmer. We're not terribly worried about the magazine parts or anything on that end of the gun. There are no lower parts here. Slide parts, recoil springs, sighting tools, thread protectors, adapters. That's not great. It's not very cash money. Well, it looks like they never sold those in the first place, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna go to the Glock store and buy myself at least one set of these. Let's see what eBay wants for these now. Actually not bad. Just to quickly check that there's no identifiable information. Glock 19 Gen 5 slide part kits fits G19 single billet striker. That seems to be all stock, so someone just gutted a Gen 5 Glock. Don't really have any issues with that inherently. Coil spring safety plunger. Not gonna scroll lower. Ghost Inc. I think they have Gen 5 parts. Performance trigger, mag catch, magwell. Oh yeah, magwell. That's ugly as sin. Trigger shoe, disconnectors, striker. Okay, standalone striker. I mean, that's one way to do it. You don't really. I don't want to buy the full set, just the full suite of parts, because I don't really need the full suite of parts. I just need the stuff that's going to be hard to get. So I would probably get a firing pin, 2 firing pins, 2 ejectors, just 2 of everything. Let's see how much that's going to run us, actually. So let's go. Let's add 2. Right. Fits 19x. Okay. So let's add 2 of these. Add 2 of these. Did I see an extractor somewhere, or am I smoking crack? Gen 5 slides. Let's have 1 of these as well. Let's have 2 because they're pretty cheap. All right, let's see. OEM magazine catch spring. That's not going away anytime soon. OEM armors, tool, spring-loaded bearing. I'm not even sure where this goes. Slide channel liner. Yes. Add those. Extractor depressed spring. Yes. Spring cup standard. Safety spring. Also yes. Actually I'm going to double up on these. I want some extras. OEM spacer sleeve. Yes. I am firing spring for, yes. Let's go 3. OEM trigger spring. Extractor depressor plunger. Let's add that as well. And add this to cart as well. Okay, view or edit the cart. We did not have a safety plunger actually. But it comes out to about $250. Safety plunger. Did I miss the safety plunger, or did I pop one in? Search. Safety plunger. Gen 5, a firing pin safety plunger with spraying, fits Glock 17s, Glock 19s at cart. View or edit. Did we didn't get an ejector. Ejector. That's come on, man. The pistol, Glock manufacturer parts, ghost connectors, slide release, magazine release, spring and spring kits, grip plugs. Oh, that's ghost manufactured parts. Never mind. Everything Glock slimline, engraved Glocks. Yeah, good luck at work. Thank you for dropping by. Factory slide parts. Gen 5 and X parts. I guess the plunger is a universal part now that I think about it. So slide factory parts. Yes, there it is. Glock extractor, 9mm for old style non-LCI slides. Holy shit, I don't know which one is. Which one do I need? 22LR plunger. 22LR. Gen 5 extractor, 9mm for 17. Probably need that one. Did we add back plates? I forgot. Whoa, not so fast. 10mm, Gen 5, 9mm. Quick view. You know what? It out of stock. Okay. Okay, I see how it'd be. Add to wish list. The extractor I don't think is changing, so I'm probably less concerned about that. It didn't seem like the striker is bound to change. Extractor depressor plunger. So the striker is probably the most critical part to have. Right? Firing spring assembly. So this is probably the most critical thing to have. This and the back plates. Those are going to be the hardest part to find. Then you can get your sort of bibs and bobs here and there a little bit. Probably going to be it. And that's $300 of stuff. That's $300 worth of shit. Just because Glock lawyers don't know what the fuck they're doing. Because I maintain they could have just gotten away with simply replacing the cruciform trigger with a performance trigger and call it a day. Because Gen 5 Glocks already have an itty bitty metal peg inside that's blocking off the channel that's used to install a switch. Like, that's already in place. I don't understand what is the fucking reason to do this.
About this whole thing. You know, James in the Bible says, be fast to listen and slow to speak. And so basically I was kind of following that. I'm just going to sit back. And I got to be honest with you, you know, with the whole social media thing, you know, after the whole Charlie Kirk incident, I divorced myself from it anyway because I saw such ugly divisiveness. I'm just like, you know, I'm done. I don't need to see any of this. I don't even need to be part of this whole mechanism. But when this Glock thing came up, it was, you know, a little less ominous. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to pay attention to it. And just the amount of, I don't even know what to call it, man. It was just like, it's not like the gun community that I grew up in. You know what I mean? It was almost like, I don't know, it had the flavor of some skinny jean wearing, coffee pouring. just put it this way, man. It was unexpected, and it was really kind of like, what, because I don't know, but it was silly. It was really silly, and all these opinions, and
Actually, let me go check Johnny
and
Glock's
especially
story in
the
the background.
people that were speaking authoritatively, like I'm going to tell you exactly why Glock did this and exactly what they're going to change, and get ready for this part to be in the new one, and they're going to blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I kind of know a little bit about these guns, so I'm just like, no, that's not going to work. That's not why they did it. So I just shut the heck up, because I wanted to make sure I was coming from a place of reality, and so I was going to wait till I had one of these in my hands until I said anything at all, because I don't like to speculate. I like to go with facts. Anything you always get from me on this channel is always like, hey, if I don't have an experience with it, I'm not going to speak about it. If I do have experience, I'll give you my experience. If I've talked to several different shooters that I trust that have had good experiences with things, like I don't use stainless steel
Lone Wolf distributors. I look at that.
liners, but I've had a lot of good shooters that have had really good luck with them, and I trust those shooters, so I could say, okay, I could endorse these for what they're using them for, and give certain brands. But I think it's maybe a good thing to take that advice, to be fast to listen and slow to talk when you're dealing with things like this, especially when it's pure speculation. So I know the rumor.
Okay, so far, we're looking at Lone Wolf here. Seeing extractors. Okay. 40 Glock 43. If that's everything, that's not great. Not really abundant. Slide parts, firing pin. Let's see the firing pin, for example. Lone Wolf firing pin. I would like an OEM one. There is no OEM pin. That's concerning. Again, Glock said that the armor parts are still going to be there, so let's not cause a panic. Let's not panic buy. But if you see a set of Glock slide parts for one of your Glocks, maybe just buy that one and have it set aside.
That is out there is that they did this because there was a bunch of lawsuits that they're trying to not have to deal with, and if they would change the ability for the Glock to be easily modified to be a machine pistol, then they could get out from underneath those. From a business perspective, just from a business perspective, I will say that if I was in business and I could avoid multi-million-dollar lawsuits and end up at the same spot anyway after spending multi-millions of dollars, then that with that business cap on, I would do it. And then there's the part about the principle too,
Sure, but there's a significantly cheaper way to do that, as opposed to changing all of your tooling, potentially endangering your entire product line. You could also just start shipping all of the V-Glocks with a performance trigger and be none the wiser. Because the performance trigger is still a duty-rated trigger, and it lacks a cruciform bar, which is like the sticking point for a lot of these. And the back of the slide, or rather the back of the grip, already features a block that prevents any kind of additional parts being inserted into the backplate. That's already there. You really did not have to do all that. They don't have the selection they used to have. They still have some things that they make their own version of the P80. I see.
But I think everyone needs to remember, like, that, Kalashnikov, they interviewed him, and he said if he'd have known that gun he made was going to take so much life, he probably wouldn't have done it. So there's more to this.
Okay, listen, Mikhail Kalashnikov was a thoroughly brainwashed communist. And not only that, he was also not even remotely a very savvy businessman. He was a brilliant engineer, and that's where his accolades pretty much stop. I'm sorry, he made an okay shit stick that works with ridiculous tolerances because that's what you need for Soviet machining to produce it and for to have it still work. I do not see him as a moral authority on pretty much anything.
This then just like, hey, these guys are kowtowing to the ATF or something like that. I mean,
And again, not only that, I own a Gen 5 Glock. I'm not converting it to a machine gun because converting shit to machine guns under present law is illegal to do. Do I agree with the law? No, I don't. But I also don't like playing fuck games with very big no-no felonies. So why am I affected by EBT Americans modifying their Glocks, therefore already knowingly doing something illegal? Made some good guns, but you're not learning morals from a Bolshevik. I don't think Bolsheviks. It's Bolsheviks ended pretty much with Lenin because it's a distinction that made sense before they've basically uh, destroyed any other alternative movement inside of Russian politics. Entirely different tangent.
um, I'm sure Gaston is rolling in his grave, thinking that gangbangers are out there taking life, an innocent life, with his gun because they're modifying it into a machine pistol with cheap parts that come from overseas. Or
I really don't think that Gaston Glock will be too banged up about that. I really somehow doubt that. I really somehow doubt that an engineer is too beaten up over the fact that someone is breaking the law. I'm gonna pull up the image. Sorry, the longer I dwell on the topic, and I'm forced to engage with it and just look at the absolute state of Glock, the more I am compelled to just quickly pull up an image here. Oh my God! Oh God, my gun is being used to shoot people. Who would have saw it coming, right? Let's not use that one. I'm actually gonna delete that. Image. Call that a Mark 23. Do not make source visible. We're gonna browse for that file. There it is. There we go. Yes. Just gonna keep that over here. There you go. You've seen a gangbanger with a Mark 23, case closed. HK, based HK, does nothing, still wins.
that are 3D printed or something like that. There's that part to think about it as well, in my opinion.
The funny thing is the EBT Americans constantly post their switches, half are felonies anyway. So where's the ATF going Waco on all of them? Well, you see, the EBT Americans with the Glock switches in states where they're not supposed to have magazines above a 10-round capacity will shoot back at the ATF agents. And ATF agents really don't like dealing with resistant targets. They prefer to kick down the door of an office worker and then shoot him in the fucking face because he's resisting what he quite reasonably thinks is a robbery. But yeah, YouTube is full of that shit. Hey there, Crespian. We're talking about how gun laws apparently only apply to some cohorts. It's the same. Okay, Jared is coping. He's taking his incorrect prediction significantly worse than I am. Let's see. Glock forced reset. Well, I guess everything here is going to be the Glock V right now. Glock FRT problem. Wonder if my search results are at all. Let's go for shorts.
The King's Guard.
No, can I? Oh, that's where I switch over. All right, let's see. No, it's not going to give me any shorts. We were surprised by the patents that Gaston had before the Glock 17 dude went down. With curtain rods on a trenching tool with magazines and a pistol. Complexity definitely ramped up. I mean, it's whatever. E3 Super Selector. Glock FRT installation. Forced reset kit. Last time I tried Googling Glock forced reset, I got an entire feed of just dead ass switches. Chris Vector. Huh, okay, must have been taken down by now. All right, entirely. That's a separate tangent here.
Opinion. Now, whatever you fall on, like, you know, the hard principled side or the business side, whatever, man. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's an opinion, not my company. It's not your company. You can say whatever you want to say, but until you're into that, until you have that situation happen, you really don't know what you're going to do.
I maintain that if the company was not currently headed up by a scared woman who relies on the company she doesn't know how to run as her primary source of income because it was her recompense for sucking an old man's dick, you're going to end up with this. Sorry, I forgot the beginning of that sentence as I was going through it. I think I can run a company better than a scared widow. I'm pretty confident in stating that. A scared woman who does not understand the business that she is running, who is even further scared by corporate lawyers whose job is to cover their ass. Woman in charge, please understand. Yeah, exactly. I think it's a very, very obvious case of a woman manager getting longhoused and scared by her own lawyers and lacking the spine and the strength of a whip hand to tell them to shut the fuck up and not design products.
So let's just stick to facts. The facts are they changed it. I'll admit I was a little bit like, oh no, what's going on here? What's this mean for me? I'm selfish, you know what I mean? What does this mean for the Johnny Glock empire? And you know, of course, my wife was talking about it. I said, you know what? I'll figure it out. Like,
I think Mrs. Glock would be interested in a younger guy. You're willing to taste the pit. Wait, what? Do I think that Mrs. Glock would be interested in a younger guy? Listen, they all remarry pretty much instantly, so I mean, unless it's written out in her will that she can never do that, shoot your shot, King. Drizzle, drizzle. Know your worth.
If you're passionate about what you do, you'll always figure it out. So I really didn't have too much of a worry about that, especially after I spoke with some of the people at Glock and got some more actual intel from people that were in a place that could give real intel. So with that said, I am going to, you know, cosmetically it looks the same, has a V on the, and I'm gonna refrain from moving this around a lot because I think that's how we got blinged before.
I'm gonna say this. I absolutely do fucking not want to buy a Glock V because I am concerned that it might be a rushed engineering solution, and I really don't want to be the testbed for that. Absolutely the fuck not. I just don't want to fuck with it. If anything, I would probably be resistant to buying a Gen 6 when it comes out because it's been confirmed that a Gen 6 is in the work. I really don't want to. Like, I'm probably not going to buy any new production Glocks anymore. I will probably buy a Gen 5 Glock 19 if I'm able to find one, and I'm going to call it a day. I'm going to let that Glock sit in a closet and potentially appreciate in price.
Because YouTube has some community guidelines that are just ridiculous, but cosmetically, it's exactly the same. You know, automatically when I look at the back plate, I can see things have been changed from the Gen 5. But everywhere else on this firearm is 100% the Gen 5. So that's on the outside. Let's take a look at the inside. I can honestly say, and these guys can be my witness, that I probably received this gun about 45 minutes ago.
I'm looking at Academy Sport right now because that's probably where I'm going to buy mine. $650, limited 2 per customer per day. I wonder why. Oh, never mind. It's out of stock everywhere. Oh, joy. It has begun. I'm pretty sure that you can't find one even on PSA. Like, I would be surprised if I can find one on PSA. Palmetto State Armory. Glock 19 MOS. Gen 5. Glock 19X. Nope, never mind. That's an airsoft one. This is so fucked. Glock 19. Glock 19 custom Trump Take America Back compact. That one's still on sale. Glock 45 MOS. Okay, $800, a little pricey, but it's okay. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. It's not great. Pull it up. So guns, pistols, 9mm pistols. I thank you for the hydrate, Crespian. Getting all a little crusty here. Not too worried about until they ban P80 frames. So no one's banning anything. That's what has everyone so hot and bothered. Is that this is preemptive compliance, which doesn't look good. Is all I'm going to say. A lot of 43Xs. 43Xs are not in danger of being unavailable. Custom Constitution Glock. I would even say a Glockstitution Glock. You know what? A Glock 17 for a Veteran Day sale, that's actually pretty good. I'm not a fan of the big reciprocating mass, but yeah, someone is. Glock 43, 43X. Okay, so the slim lines are still pretty abundant. Cali did a Cali when they always do a Cali. Yeah, pretty much. I am increasingly open to the idea to do just turning California into gigantic Buc-ee's. That is a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. As long as there's a P80 market, parts will be available, at least for Gen 3s and 4s. But I don't like Gen 3s and 4s. And the lawyers pissed their panties. Yeah, pretty much.
You know, got a chance to look at it, check it out. Kind of go over what, if you have any knowledge of switches and what they do, and you take a look at what has happened here, you can very, very easily see that the disconnect for a switch lives right here. It literally lives right in this area. Mm-hmm. And so it has to have a flush back to be pushed into it. There's no real way around this unless they would make some mechanism that slides or something like that. You know, eventually someone's going to try to do their best.
I mean, that's solved by just having something that is supposed to overcome tension and then just click into place. Or, God forbid, you actually have to take the slide apart in order to install it.
You know, I've had people ask me, like, why wouldn't you make a forced reset trigger? Or why isn't there the Johnny Glock's binary? You know, why wouldn't you invent something like that? And honestly, like I did 10, 15 years ago, and I just thought they were the dumbest things ever. So, you know, they don't make a lot of sense to me.
They make sense if you want to run a Glock inside of a PDW chassis. Like, that is actually viable. Again, I would never suggest that you break federal gun law, but as an end of day scenario, like if you're in the middle of societal breakdown, I think it would never hurt to have a Gen 5 Glock stored completely separately from a hypothetically 3D printed Glock switch, and have a PDW chassis readily available, because you're no longer breaking federal law if society has collapsed, because in that case federal law no longer applies, and you are able to pretty rapidly assemble a working fast rate of fire PDW, because you may possibly have to defend your household in the event that, you know, the government sort of no longer exists. And I'm not really too troubled about the capacity to do that. I think there should be a capability for that. To have to wait a few more years for patents to fall on the Gen 5. Yeah, everyone seems to forget what PDWs are even for.
I think
Oh, listen, PDWs are for sending hate downrange in a readily available caliber, realistically. POV, you're in South Africa. Yeah, pretty much.
they're very dangerous, especially, you know, because you have to you have to drop the magazine and discharge the round while keeping your finger depressed on the trigger. When you're using that binary trigger, any forward movement is going to actually fire the pistol. And I said this before, the
binary triggers are stupid. I will agree with that. It removes a degree of control from you as a shooter.
the chat, the live stream got closed down, but if there are any SF guys out there, or even SWAT guys, or guys that are in a position that have the understanding of why, what type of like mission specific reason you would need a machine pistol, I would love to hear that. Or if you ever had to use one. I don't really know enough about, you know, covert operations and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, Terry, exactly correct. Man-sized target, immediate threat, unknown reinforcements, fill man-sized space with lead, retreat, possibly reload. South Africa, ironically, is amazing to study how to defend yourself when government collapses. It's horrifying but educational. It's a very good case study in what might befall you when faced with a willing enough attacker. I think that anyone who questions the utility of having a primed and ready firearm that you know how to use in a household, they should be exposed to farm attack stories. Just have them sit and expose them to testimonies, especially of survivors. That one hits especially hard. Lauren Southern's farm attack video is a very, very good medium for that. Just look at the people who have survived that and listen to what they had to survive. And I guarantee you, even the most far gone coastal lib shit will want to reach for a gun after hearing those stories. Everyone who thinks you shouldn't own a gun should be forced to watch farm attack footage. Yes, and some of the people, how should I put this? Some people will have a very odd reaction to the footage. They will try to justify what they saw, and in that case, you should just shoot them in the back of the head. Like, if you hear anything about class struggles, reclamation, or colonizing, you just put one right between their eyes. You just give them a third nostril to breathe through, because they're very obviously hypoxic from birth. Hey there, Seku. They won't? Well, that's why you make them.
where they would say, okay, y'all are definitely heading out with some Glock machine pistols. I just don't know. But I would love to, I like to learn just as much as the next guy, so I would love.
But McColonizers face to the wall. Yeah, exactly. That's it. If there are different ways of your brother is a full-blown Hollywood pinko. Well, does he refuse to engage with the reality of farm attacks, or does he try to explain the farm attacks away? Because again, I think violence is, at least the anticipation of violence is a very good way of sobering some of these people up. Colonization was God's gift to the world, the entire world. You're not wrong. I'm sorry. There is a reason why India has yet to produce a functioning infrastructure aside from the one that they're barely able to maintain that was built by the British. Yeah, exactly. Rhodesia versus Zimbabwe. I will remind you that Zimbabwe does not have plumbing. They use elevator shafts and then they abandon the building when an elevator shaft is sufficiently filled up with shit. Been thinking about a 10mm PCC, like a CMMG Banshee. Yeah, they don't make it in the length you want. You're open to others. If I have a suggestion, one using an AR-15 lower roller delayed action, preferably. Straight blowback is also acceptable. I'd like about 10 to 12-inch barrel. Ha! It's interesting. 10 to 12-inch barrel for 10mm. Are you not better off just going 300 blackout at that point? It's both with him. It's not happening, and why people are evil for making the farm attacks happen. Yeah, so that sounds like a case that's only fixable with euthanasia. But Anima Rupari, I think I'm gonna just call you Anima, and I'm gonna do my best to not call you Anima. But at that point, like it sounds like you just want a 300 blackout gun. And if you can explain, like, is there any kind of special ballistic magic that happens at a 10 to 12-inch gun with a 10mm round? You can carry more 10mm than 300 blackout, plus you already have Glocks in 10mm. Okay, so it's a magazine capacity, rather a magazine double use kind of thing. Okay, so I assume we need 10 inches of barrel in order for 10mm to have enough dwell time to have a good terminal, a good velocity at the exit. I wonder. CMMG. Just a second, I need to pass the age check real quick. Just remember me for 30 days. Thank you. 10mm peaks at about 12 inches. Anything more tends to lose velocity. I see. All right, firearms. Said you were looking at the Banshee. Let's consider descent. I wonder if the descent, because it's what? It's a roller delayed system. Okay, and we want just say 10mm. Oh, they don't have anything in 10mm on the Banshees, or rather on the descents. Okay. Firearms, Banshee, Resolute. Resolute is a DI gun, right? So Descent is the roller delayed one that doesn't need a buffer tube. Is it? Also 10mm, not available. 6mm arc. Okay, I guess the Banshee might be the only one that's available. Oh, let's just do this. Yeah, 10mm. Resolute is DI. Okay. 8-inch barrel. Takes Glock magazines. But is it direct impingement is what I would like to know. Technical specification. Radial delayed direct delayed blowback. Okay. Mm-hmm. AR parts, short-barreled rifles. Okay, so only 8-inch. I don't know, man. Like, I understand the appeal of 10 millimeter out of a PCC. Surely there's a 10 millimeter PCC somewhere. Let's go Palmetto. Rifles. Semi-auto. Caliber. Nothing in 10 millimeter. I think it's that intermediary point where most people don't really see the sense in bothering. Oh no. Ha. Actually, you know what? There you go. Smith & Wesson M&P FPC. It takes Glock mags. 16-inch barrel. So you're definitely getting all of the dwell time. You can tune it up to be I wonder if there are different versions of this. Caliber, show more. 10 millimeter. Yeah, definitely not a high point. Please. Chris Vector. I didn't think of the Chris Vector, but that actually might be your jam. Speaking of which, they are kind of prone to jamming, but you know what I mean. You may be able to find like a rifle-sized Chris Vector. Let me break this out into a different tab. Just a second. Chris Vector 10 millimeter barrels. 5-inch. They have a 16-inch carbine version. So what I am thinking, you could probably do the following. You could. Let's see. You find a reputable enough source. Never mind. So what you have two options here. You could go with this. I'm not sure. I think this is a faux suppressor that's attached to it, if I'm reading that correctly. Smooth trigger, Picatinny rail, Glock magazine really? It's Glock magazine compatible? That's the first time I'm hearing of this. Toolless caliber and exchangeability, full length, low profile. Fake whisper pistol. It doesn't. If it works, it works. Actually, the high point PCC is very. You shut the fuck up, you goddamn snake oil salesman. Your friends. Chunky and unwieldy though. Listen, I am never fucking recommending anyone buy anything high point. They ran through 2,000 rounds and cooked some of the plastic off of it. Oh boy. I probably just forgot. Okay, so this is a 16-inch barrel. I think what you could realistically do for just optimal performance, you could just add a suppressor to it. Because I probably think you don't want to shoot 10 millimeter unsuppressed out of anything. So you could just either get the Banshee and then slap a 10 millimeter can onto it. Silencer shop. I just need to check if I'm logged in on this browser. I shouldn't be. You're not recommending it, just saying it actually works on like high point pistols. The high point pistols also work, but still, absolutely the fuck not. Just stop, okay? Just don't. Let's see. Suppressors. I guess that's still a pistol caliber. Caliber. You will probably just have to go with a 30 caliber can. There's not going to be a dedicated 10 millimeter can. Caliber. It's very unlikely that someone makes like a purpose-built 10 millimeter can. I doubt that. Okay, so we're stuck with like 30 caliber cans or 45. Griffin ornament, Bowers, rugged obsidian. Since it's not a tilting barrel, you will pretty easily get away with well, you don't need a booster for it. So I'd say just look for the biggest can. High points works as birth control. No woman will have sex with you if she sees that. That's fair. Yeah, I would actually an Osprey, a 45 cal Osprey. Yeah. If I needed to suppress a 45, that's probably what I'm going with. Let's see, thread. You probably need to swap out. Is it a direct thread? Durable, build finish, versatile mounting, compatible with pistols and fixed barrels, spacers. What is 10 millimeter is 40 cal? Okay. So, but that means a 45 caliber, like the point of a 45 caliber can is that it's multi-caliber compatible, right? Just like a 30 cal can shoot everything down to 9 millimeter. Would anyone run a 45 unsuppressed? It's the only reason to run a 45 in modern days. I mean, yeah, pretty much. It'll work, but it's not ideal. Does it leave too much clearance? Like not airtight? Does not produce a tight enough seal? Hey there, fire rescue guy. Ah, you found the floor press emote. Congratulations. 40 Smith and Wesson? You mean 40 small and weak? I'm kidding. Let's see. Let's clear that one out then. Categories, calibers. 40 cal. 40. Well, then it's just the BNT one, which is correct. They come back and out of stock all of the time, so that's not really an issue. 40 cal just gives you a little bit more versatility, but 45 gives you more versatility, rather. You need, what's the mount on? Modular design, blah, 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 reduced back pressure system, sure. I would probably want a Chris Vector to run a little bit overgassed. But generally, I think that your best solution is to either buy the 16-inch Vector and have a gunsmith cut it down and mount a muzzle device on the end so that it's, down to however much you want it to be in terms of length. And that way you have like all 8 inches of thread that you might need. If you're interested in dwell time in particular and you're not really bothered about, the thread, not the threading, the rifling engagement, I would probably just get a 5-inch or okay, fine. If we want to maximize, let's go 8-inch Banshee and then you just slap a suppressor onto it and call it a day. I think it's probably your best bet. And CMMG also does suppressors now. Or do they? Do they no longer do suppressors? My guys, you've just made one run. How do you no longer have suppressors? Well, I guess it didn't quite pick up. I guess they were counting on the no NFA process. Oh no, they still have suppressors. Okay. Zeroed. It's like a 3D printed can. Zeroed 30, 46. I assume that's... No, that can't be a caliber nomenclature. Zeroed 46. What are you? Direct thread hub mount. 40 Smith & Wesson 10mm ACP. So there you go. So that's probably your build. So you go, it's a direct thread 0 to 46 suppressor. You pair that up with either an 8mm Banshee. That's probably going to be the best play realistically. Just grab a Banshee in 10mm. There you go. You slap a can on top of it. You have you're pretty much around like 10 inches of dwell time with some additional back pressure due to the can. And you have your suppressed 10mm PDW that takes Glock mags. I would say that that's the play for you, Anima. Time to save up more money. Yeah. Listen, it's always a good idea to get your money up. Guns are very much an example of pay once, cry never. And again, $1,700 for a very solid PDW. Like CMMG, unlike Q, actually has a good reputation of being worth the money. So I think it's a worthwhile investment. I think it's reasonable to expect anyone, like if you're going to have like a fighting rifle, like your primary that you reach for whenever you need to plug some holes in a human-sized target, it's reasonable to expect that it's going to be something to the effect of a $3,000 to $4,000 investment. And the CMMG cans are actually relatively cheap for what they are. They're conventional baffles. I believe they're 3D printed titanium. I may be wrong. I think they're or stainless steel, whichever one. $500 for a can? It's not that bad. Yeah. You slap it onto this Descent, you're eating good. I would be interested to see if you can forced reset a Banshee. I've never seen Banshee internals. Actually, let's see. If it takes a standard... Does it take standard AR parts, at least to some extent? Let's see. Barrel contour, barrel twist, gas port location. No, because it's... Yeah, okay. Direct blowback. Not direct blowback, it's radial delayed blowback, but still. Let me move this. Where do I move this so that the meme displays correctly? Probably like this. Firing mechanism is AR. What is the bolt carrier group? So the bolt needs to, like the bolt shape needs to trigger the trip. Trigger type 0, drop-in single stage. Receiver extension, pistol grip, charging handle, handguard, upper receiver. Safety selector, CMMG. Tools and gear, AR parts, lower parts kits. From the look of it, it looks like a drop-in cassette trigger. So, I'm not sure if CMMG triggers are anything special. Timing would be an issue since it has the lower delayed, slowing things down. Is there any kind of 3D video explaining the firing mechanism of the Banshee? Because if I could at least take a look at like a cutaway image of it cycling. Let's have Johnny Glock talk while I look at it.
What I can tell you is, like I said, the disconnect for a switch sits right about here. So they are blocking that entrance. I think the only reason this is here on the other side is to kind of balance things out, because as you're pushing this striker back, it's always a good idea, you know, from...
Okay, let's see. I do not trust any music I don't recognize. Uh-huh. It's an M16 profile bolt. So it's just an AR bolt. When battery, the chambered edge overlaps, okay. Fires, pushes it back. All right, well, let's... I would like to see it tripping the trigger. But from the looks of it and like the general distances, you could, again, from the looks of it, from the basic interacting parts, it looks like you can just drop an Atreus forced reset selector instead of the stock selector safety, and you're good to go burr. Delayed blowback or not, like, I doubt that the cyclical rate is going to be noticeably different from what you can achieve in a direct impingement system. Yeah, it travels over the hammer, resets it, and if you add an Atria safety to it, it's just going to trip the super safety and force the trigger to reset on its own through while it's returning the while it's returning back into battery, and it's not going to fire out of battery. So there you go. Yeah, go for it. I think that's a very cool build. It's so cool, in fact, that I am actually now considering that maybe instead of experimenting with the Mark 18, I should just look at a CMMG build.
You know, an engineering standpoint to keep things, you know, contained in a channel that seems to have, you know, the same height and all that kind of stuff. It's a little bit more of an obtuse angle. It's a little bit more of an acute angle here. For what reason that is, I really don't know. Those are the major changes to the milling of the slide. The reset ramp right here is the same. This outcropping, it's all the exact same. Now, I haven't put it on a caliper, but, you know, I have a few parts, but to be quite honest, it's the same exact firing pin safety. I'm going to contrast it again so you can see, you know, the difference between these two. Like you can see.
And it has the same sort of the rust colored not cosmoline. No, CMMG makes timing kits for the Banshee series in the event that you are running non-standard pressure rounds. You're so fucking autistic you noticed your M4 was getting an unacceptable amount of wear in GZW, so you bought another and just rebuilt the old rifle with new parts and sold everything else. I do that with my DMR and GZW. Like, I try to extend the life of like the good parts that actually make a difference as long as possible. So I run like an MOE stock with a butt pad, a SIG suppressor, haha, a discontinued SD. I don't know why SIG is licensing discontinued shit to Gray Zone. I'm actually gonna ask them when I get the chance, because it's the SDR suppressor they no longer make. Because I know that because the SDR suppressor is what I'm supposed to get for my cane brake to replace the enclosed flash hider that it came with, but they no longer make it. They've replaced it with the HLX and the SLX series. So that's fun. But yeah, I kind of get that. I don't, especially since if I'm going to run a DMR, if I'm running like a precision long range build, I kind of want it to be sub 1 MOA accuracy.
And hopefully you're picking this up, Mike. These two don't exist on the Gen 5. And also because they had to build these up a certain way, they decided to make the striker thinner. Now, what's cool about Glock is they're really very utilitarian. So when we take this striker out, you'll see that it's just until they get to the spacer sleeve, and then it becomes back the normal thickness. And that's for obvious reasons, because it's functioning in a spacer sleeve a certain way, and I didn't want to create another spacer sleeve, I'm going to assume. You know, that was the thing that I know Glock is a very intelligent company, and any company that's half a brain is going to make as little changes as they have to achieve their end goal. And if their end goal was to stop the use of that illegal device, then
they didn't do shit, because all of these changes are reversible with a Dremel or a CNC machine.
These minute changes have 100% done it. Now, I was also told by Glock that the back plate has changed. So we're going to take a look at that. First, we'll take a look at, like I said, with the striker, and we'll kind of do apples to apples. I'll take this striker out right quick. I'll try to keep these all. Two things, well, several things are different with the back plates, but with the striker, you can see that it's been substantially thinned right there.
I don't like that. I just do not like that at all.
However, the part that is in the spacer sleeve that goes here, in order to stabilize it a little bit better, I'm sure they left this little bit of a, maybe I should get a pointer or something like this.
I don't like less material on my safety features. Hot take.
Okay, they left this little bit of a lip right there, call it a lip or whatever, and then they started thinning out after that. And I can assume, I hate saying assume, I can logically deduce that the reason they did that was so they did not have to make a different spacer sleeve. So why would they want to make a different spacer sleeve that would really when they didn't have to? Like I said, it's a very intelligent modification that utilizes all of the parts from previous generations. Every generation before this has had the same spacer sleeve, spring cups, and all that stuff. So it makes sense to use the same thing. If they can achieve their goal without changing a whole bunch of stuff, that means less machining, that means less parts, that means their profit margins don't change, and all that kind of stuff. So
yeah, it sounds like they could have solved this entire issue, dodged any liability entirely by simply cutting into the margins by $30 per gun, which probably isn't really that much percentage-wise from what they make on a gun. And you wouldn't invalidate an entire generation of backwards compatible parts.
You know, I can say for a fact the changes in this are not at all significant enough to affect reliability. It's the same gun with a couple of slight changes.
Big if
So that
true.
was one of the worries that a lot of people said, that they were worried about the reliability of the Glock. And you know, you can see this, you can also see.
See, realistically, before I even bother to purchase a Glock V, at this point, I don't even know why I would do that. If I were to buy an extra Gen 5 Glock and just leave it to appreciate in price because they're no longer made, I really don't have any other reason to purchase a Glock ever again. Because I have my carry gun, I have a full-sized Glock, and I have one that's just sitting there appreciating in price. Because realistically, if it weren't for the discontinuation of the Gen 5, I would not have complained enough for Oni wife to want to offer to gift me a Glock 19. Like, realistically, the next gun I would have bought would have been an HKVP9. If it weren't for the absolutely shit ass way that they've announced the discontinuation.
You know, this from another angle is right here. They have these raised edges.
Let me put it that way. If these changes did not reek, okay, here's a better way to put it. If I couldn't tell that these changes were made with scared lawyer hands, I would not have panic bought a 19X.
They don't have them here. This is thinner right there. So if I would stick that in the Gen 5, you would see there's a lot of wiggle room right there. I don't know why this is what I'm trying to figure out too. On the very end of that, I don't know if the lighting can catch it correctly, but there's a little cut right there. It's a little, and they don't do things for no reason whatsoever. I mean, everything they do has a reason. So I'm still trying to figure out what that might be about. That I'm sure that will come to fruition after studying this for a little bit longer than a half an hour. Look, as the video goes on, it'll get shorter and shorter. Studying this for a little more than 15 minutes. So yeah, so we're going to put this back. I'm going to put the Gen 5 Striker back together. Same exact extractor. The numbers verify that they're the same. That's what you do with the Glock. They have numbers on them. The Strikers have a different number on it, so that 100% tells me they're different parts. That's how you can really differentiate, other than, you know, just using from your eye. Set these aside. So this is the old Striker. I mean, this is the old back plate. I'm just going to throw this caliper on here. As you can see, that's how wide it is. And the new one is significantly smaller. Now that's kind of bad news for Trigger Tech, because, you know, their system is predicated on, you know, the size of this, and it's also predicated on having this space opened up in order to have their trigger work. Maybe I can grab one of these real quick and see how that's going to pan out. That was just a thought that I had. Yeah, this is no bueno for this one. So this is the Trigger Tech trigger right here. As you can see, it fits down in there very easily into Gen 5 if I slide it in, because everything's flush and flat in there, and it's tucked away right in there. Okay, and like I said, it's right up against that. And it's just an observation that I had. I was like, oh, wow. You know, they spent 3 years developing this, and they're going to definitely, and they had some hiccups along the way, and now they're going to have to definitely, you know, this is not even going to fit up in there. And if they change that, this will not even fit inside of here now because they have this raised area that is not going to allow that to.
That's actually bad on multiple levels because it means that people will be less likely to produce aftermarket parts for Glock just because, well, Trigger Tech just got fucked because the math on their business plan and on like working on that project as an investment likely involved a certain longevity of the platform to make it viable to make that money back. And the entire generation is just now gone. Is just not there. So they just have a gigantic amount of standing stock that it's fucking useless. Planning on getting one of these Trigger Techs for one of your 9mm, see how it works. Love them in your ARs. What does it do? What does a Trigger Tech do? I've never heard of it. Is it just a nicer trigger pull, like a competition, like 2.5 pound?
Fit inside there anymore. So, yeah, that's that.
Well, listen, they might go out of business, so I suggest getting one while stocks last.
It's an observation I had. I was like, wow. Anyway, put that back together. So there, have been some changes to. Okay, so when you also the size of it, you can see there's been some changes to the openings of these right here. When they do that, just like they've done it from the 4 to the 5, that usually reflects some changes that they have had to do to the housing. So I'm sure, and like I said, I've seen the housing has some changes. They're about the same thickness, but they are definitely 100% different backplate sizes and different shapes. So we're going to put this back on here.
It's a really clean break with 0 creep. Ah.
Put the Gen 5 slide back together just so we don't start losing stuff. I always have to keep track of these things.
There's still a little. So my Gen 5 broke in very nicely. I decided to buy a Ruger RXM. Probably a good idea to do that now. Although Ruger is basically, I think they told every town to go kick rocks. But once my trigger broke in, I'd say there's barely any creep. There's like very, very little creep past the wall. And by the way, hello, Navi. I am currently at least 1mm past the wall, and my Glock is still not going off. You know why? Because I didn't remove the fucking firing pin out of it. Yeah. But yeah, there's a little bit of mush. But basically, if you're traveling through your trigger squeeze fast enough, like I initially wanted to replace the trigger with a performance trigger. I've kind of soured on that idea. I would probably just want to replace the trigger shoe, and that's about it. I'm pretty pleased with the way that the trigger broke in.
Now, if we go over to the, to the slides, well, I'll put the V on the right. So this is the V, this is the Gen 5. It is, it's very, wait, let me make sure this isn't, yeah. It's so similar to the I that it's really hard to catch the changes that they are doing, or they're doing with it. There are some changes there. The one is, if you look at the difference in the back here, you have a shorter amount of material right there. And that's why you need the room. The right here, you'll see there's a different notch.
You run an adjustable on your ARs. You can get fixed pull weight or adjustable. They also make them for Remington 700s and crossbows. Oh, nice. Some of the 700 adjustables down to just a few ounces. I guess that's valuable for hunting applications where you really need to make like a tight shot with a slug.
For that to fit through.
Oh, right. Remington 700. Never mind. That's the bolt action one. Yeah, then that's like extreme long range precision shooting. Then you would actually need like a hair trigger on it. so that you're not disrupting your sight picture whatsoever during the trigger squeeze.
It looks like they've also reinforced. It looks like they've also reinforced. I'm going to pop this out real quick because this is actually the Gen 5. You know, for the Gen 5s, they had a tab back here that, you know, they originally installed it so you couldn't put a switch in, but it was just a little nub. This is the tab that everyone was saying you had to modify your Glock with the trigger tech in order for that to, you know, for the trigger tech model to be used. That's the part that you have to cut off.
Oh, it sounds like Glocks actually aren't readily convertible to machine guns after all, then.
So what they did with that, beyond still having that, like the locking block is the same, this is the same, this trigger bar for a Gen 5 is the exact same number. So that means they have not changed that. The connector is the same as the Gen 5, it's a dot connector. The ejector is the same, it has the same exact numbers as the Gen 5. So a lot of this is the same. One of the things, like I said, that has changed is, let me grab a Gen, okay, so if you look at the difference right here in between, this is the Gen 5, and this is the V. So there's...
So the trigger housing is different.
This one's chunkier.
As far as you know, the finest stock trigger is on sharps, because once you pull said trigger, the primary trigger is as sensitive as your average hentai housewife. I see.
Thicker. And I think the reason they did that, they made this thinner because they actually wanted to bring support up through here to have this back area. As much interference as they could put back here, I think they wanted to do. I haven't, and I'm not going to drill into this, but I don't know. Right here I can see that there's metal exposed. Now the Gen 5 does have metal back there too, but not to the extent where it's all the way up into that nub. So you cannot just cut that nub off right there with a X-Acto knife. You would actually have to go at it with, you know, a cutoff wheel or something like that. And I think they reinforced that.
Run yours at 3 pounds for your ARs and 223.556, a bit lower for your 6.5 Grendels. Well, yeah, because 6.5 Grendel is also like a long-range precision shooting round at that point. I've considered 6.5 Grendel as a DMR caliber for the arrow precision lower that I have laying around there. I'm probably going to stick to 223 Wild if nothing else goes onto it. Just because, I don't know, I like having the cross compatibility with common calibers.
Once again, because as much interference as they can put into this, they're going to do for obvious reasons of why they changed it. It meets their goals. But as far as everything else is concerned, I mean, cosmetically, other than these things back here, you know, unless anyone can see something that I'm not seeing, it's cosmetically exactly the same. So there's been, and there are a few other changes too. I don't know how significant or insignificant they are. I'm going to kind of stay reserved about that for certain reasons, but eventually I will speak on them because I can't 100%. I can't say 100%.
6.5 is so expensive; it costs more than your 50 Beowulf. That's one of the reasons that I considered not going for the 6.5 Grendel route, just because I already run 300 Blackout. It's painful enough to have to restock that.
Yep, there are actual changes that have been designed for a certain reason. Yeah. So that's it. You know what I mean? Do you want to bring that up, Mike? It's not like to see my my joyous mug. Can you see me in that camera?
No, I've been focused on the gun.
That's what I'm trying to say. Focus on my face, bro. Dang. I don't know if you guys didn't see the short. You guys didn't see that streaming video, but someone got me a new hat. I got I think it's Resto. It's a I forget what it is, man. It's a nice hat, man. It's a 6-ax, 100% felt, I think they have a blend of like hair of like beaver. I think they have a blend of beaver, rabbit, and something else. But you know, it's a very traditional hat. If y'all know anything about hats, I kind of prefer like either a Gus crown or maybe like a front pinch with little, you know, more like a triangle or a teardrop up there, and a cowboy hat he likes.
Very nice, but I'm not really into cowboy hats. Let's focus on the gun,
Just
please.
put extra number that lenses melt. One of the other things that I've noticed is the recoil assembly. They don't just put extra numbers on stuff for no reason. So the Gen 5 is just a 13. This is a 113. Glock is known for like upgrading things, so maybe this is like an upgrade because it does fit the Gen 5. But that's one of those things like I don't know absolutely, so I'm not gonna. All I can say is it's a different number. That's exactly what I can say. Same thing with the housing has a different number stamped on it. The striker has a different number stamped on it, so we know those are definitely different parts. Now, the big question is, trigger-wise, they said it was a better trigger. You know, it's a modification of the housing. Anything that they did to this, I really don't see affecting the trigger whatsoever. So it is definitely a standard Glock Gen 5 with a dot connector trigger brake. So like a longer reset, same amount of pre-travel right there to the wall. The wall, like the dot
Longer reset. Oh, that's great.
connector is kind of, you can see I'm pushing in, it's kind of mush, I'm kind of mushy brake, okay? And then after that it goes all the way to the back of the gun, and so therefore it even goes further back once you rack it, which the bullet does for you, of course, and all the way forward that. So that is the Glock Model V with their trigger. Now, y'all didn't think I was gonna do a video about this without coming up with a little something of my own. So we are introducing the prototype.
I don't know. Maybe it's longer compared to like performance triggers. He means
Of the Johnny Glock Evo Vex. It's so great that they used a V, because I can play off this so many different ways. I don't know we're actually going to name the trigger. If you guys want to come up with some cool things, that would be great. But let's see how this sucker drops in to the gun that I just got 5 minutes ago.
okay. Let's see.
All right.
The reset on your 19 is about the wall, and the primary issue with it is the 3mm to break distance. Yep.
Y'all have had my triggers before. You know, it's comes nice and packed up. I wanted to give it a little bit of a presentation, so.
Wait, it's got the zip tie.
Yeah. Had to put the zip tie on it and pretend like I just got this. Obviously, I don't have two of these, so you know this was just some modifications I did to make this work. So let's see how this bad boy drops in. Let it be known that I have made the first available aftermarket trigger for the V. Now, we will be running probably 10,000 rounds to this sucker tomorrow, which is going to stink because, you know, we have to do our due diligence, and I was only able to get a 10-round magazine, so. But all the magazines are interchangeable, so we'll be able to use some of our 17-round magazines. The boys just got back from visiting their grandfather for a couple of days, so they're going to have some nice calluses on their fingers for loading up magazines. And it's always a fun time when we do this too, because like the guns get so hot, you have to actually have a bucket with or you know, like a dishwater bin with ice in it, so you can cool the actual slide down, because 10,000 rounds in a row gets pretty hot, man. So we do give the gun a little bit of a break. It's not like you can do it all 10,000 at a time, but we do want to do a 10,000 round burn. Wait, this is okay? So this is the old one I took out right here, and this. Let me just double make sure. Yeah, this is the old one I took out. This is the new Johnny Glock's V model. I'll put it all back together like she came. Evo Vex. I don't know. Help me out, guys.
What is he?
I'm not going to listen to
Is it?
you anyway, but you can still give me a, like I did with the Umbra. You could still give me some creative names. Right in like that. All right. It is the Vex trigger shoe. We're going to slide this on.
Oh, okay. So it's the same trigger assembly, but with the old trigger shoe.
Oh, 1 second to push this over. Come on. Okay, slide that on. And now what we have is a very short distance to a little bit like same thing as you're used to with that Vex pre-travel. A nice stout wall there. And instead of all that push, 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 we're just going to have a break. Okay? And then here's your reset now. So rake, reset, break.
Okay, so
reset, break.
Any issues you may have with it are still fixable with a trigger shoe. Noted.
Once again, this is going to clean up this trigger the way that all the, Evolution X combats. It functions the exact same way. This is the prototype. We designed it tonight right here. And we are going to run it and run it and run it tomorrow, and we will let you know the results. But like I said, I've been doing this long enough, and this has no reliability. I guarantee this has no reliability issues whatsoever. I mean, the V model in and of itself. So that's not going to have any reliability issues. And I'm using 100% OEM parts. That stands to be the same deduction that we're not going to have any issues whatsoever. So I'm really not worried about it. Not that I won't do my due diligence, because hey, who the heck doesn't love shooting 10,000 rounds? Anyway, I hope this was a good video for.
Glock did a fucky wucky, and apparently Glock lawyers combined with the Glock widow are actually not as intelligent as one Red Oni. Is the primary takeaway of the evening. The primary advice for today is going to be go, if you have a Glock Gen 5 in your rotation, go buy some slide parts. Special emphasis on the striker, backplate, possibly the striker sleeve. So anything that's not currently supported. The trigger housing is also different. So just make sure. Glock claims that they're going to have like all of the armor parts still available. They're just not shipping, the actual Gen 5 slides anymore. I'm probably not going to buy a Gen V anything. First of all, I'm concerned that it's going to P320 itself, because you never let lawyers design your product. And I just kind of don't fucking vibe with whatever they're trying to do here. You don't accept guarantees that early in the day. Yep.
For you guys, I hope it was informative. I know there's a lot of stuff out there about these right now. And
so yeah, no bueno. They've made everyone angry while introducing a change that's easily reversible with a CNC machine or a Dremel. All right. Palette cleanser, Shindoryu. So this is height at the Hiza. He's explaining the difference between different drawing mechanics from sort of older implementations. For example, Sengoku Jidai, they would have just a horizontal draw with the blade pre-turned for Mayokogiri, and modern quote-unquote Iaido follows the thinking that it's supposed to be like the back of the blade is supposed to lay directly downwards. I'm not going to say it's entirely incorrect. There is some nuance lost in between. So keeping the kurikata in front of the belly button. That is a little bit sketchy. More proximity to an actual sharp blade with like the webbing of your thumb than I would like to. All right. Nobita is you know what, actually, let's draw. I did promise to look into certain things, and I would need to comment on them. Because everyone's been melting down about these things. Let me see. Where are the best melties? We're not going to look at the Soy Father just yet. And we're going to look at that one.
Country like what we have right now.
And does that
the
mean
Republican? There's never going to be a country like what we have right now.
And does that
the
mean
Republicans have to talk about it, Laura.
And does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here?
No, you don't have. You don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missils, or I'm going to put you.
How did we ever do it before?
Well,
I'll
give you an example. In Georgia.
So let's have him finish, then I'll comment on the whole thing.
They raided because they wanted illegal immigrants out. They had people from South Korea that made batteries all their lives. You know, making batteries are very complicated. It's not an easy thing. It's very dangerous. A lot of explosions, a lot of problems. They had like 500 or 600 people, early stages, to make batteries and to teach people how to do it. Well, they wanted them to get out of the country. You're going to need that, Laura. I mean, I know you and I disagree on this. You can't just say a country's coming in, going to invest $10 billion.
No, Melty, that's not what he's saying. The Indians have already been dispelled through the executive order that imposes the $100,000 filing fees for H-1Bs. That's what everyone seems to be forgetting. I think that H-1Bs are still a bad visa scheme. There's not a better one that solves those. People have been pointing towards the B1 and L1. I would need to take a look at those visa requirements, but I would say the H-1B with the $100,000 filing fee, that's paid, by the way, even in the event of a rejection, is a good enough bottleneck to prevent abuse. And most of the abuse by Indians of H-1B visas was for low-level salaries, or salaries that did not warrant an upfront fee of $100,000. So no, I think the problem, the Indian question, when it refers to H-1Bs in particular, has been solved. Now, there is an issue of legacy visas, and I would like to see all of the old visas rescinded so that everyone who is on an H-1B here presently still has to pay the fee or get the fuck out. Now, to the subject that's being discussed here in particular, Trump is referring to a lack of expertise in our manufacturing. That is a real problem. He did not word it well, probably because he did not have his talking points prepared, because he did not anticipate an adversarial interview. To which I say, skill issue. You should have all of your talking points ready to go. You can't respond. The natural rhetorical, rather, the natural reaction to anyone refuting a point on the spot is to follow with the wording that you are given. That's why when faced with a question of we have plenty of talent, the immediate reflexive response is no, we do not have talent. The actual thing that he is saying, that we do not have subject matter expertise because said subject matter expertise has decayed in the time that we have been offshoring manufacturing. So while we have talent, we have the human stock that is hypothetically capable of being taught technological processes. We do have a highly skilled and highly learned population that's capable of onboarding these job specific skills. We sometimes lack expertise for some of the components of that manufacturing. For example, the batteries that he's referring to. So, do we have talent? Yes. That talent still has to be taught. While that talent is being taught, if those are critical roles, they have to be plugged up with H-1Bs. With the H-1Bs having a prohibitive cost of entry. That is a balanced approach. That way, you don't knock the bottom out of your high tech sector, and you let it gradually wean itself off of having to use any kind of imported labor, where it has to bias towards hiring locally. That way, you balance protectionism and not burning down your entire high skilled manufacturing overnight. So people clutching pearls over this statement, don't understand how people respond in confrontational rhetorics, and they also have goldfish memories. Case in point, Shuan Head, likely a sufferer of both. So no, I hard disagree on the general takeaway here. Again, this is no, it's not a case of fell for it again award, because Trump has already instated the $100,000 fee to even apply for the visa. As long as birthright citizenship exists, the visa issue is not really going to be fixed. I would like you to elaborate. I mean, yes, Melty, I actually got what I voted for. The $100,000 application fee is exactly what I voted for. I would like that applied to most, if not all, H-1Bs. I think that is what should be payable per head. Anyone who is on an H-1B visa, even retroactively, should pay that. That way, we will filter out all of the staff that's not worth that much. There probably should be a minimal salary for H-1Bs as well. That would be a nice step, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. In terms of birthright citizenship is an expansive topic, and I think that Trump's executive order has addressed it well. Unfortunately, executive orders are an extremely flawed tool in and of themselves. Executive orders are only as good as long as you can keep an administration that agrees with that executive order in power. Which means that, okay, for example, we have J.D. Vance or Stephen Miller win in 2028. That's great. Means we get at least 4 more years of it being in place. Someone comes in on a temp visa, knocks someone up, and they know they have an anchor to stay here. So with the current one, yes, that is correct. That's technically what will happen. But have you seen Indians? Do you think they really get any play? Don't most dating apps basically just... Don't women on dating apps already in mass say no Indians? Like, they've made their preference heard. So, a full denunciation of birthright citizenship. Again, I am pretty happy with the way the Trump administration did it. If there's one natural citizen who is a parent, or has any kind of permanent legal stay here, which, by the way, H-1Bs are not permanent visas. Your boy Vivek will win. No, this is not Cope. I refuse to acknowledge Vivek until such time that he eats the bacon cheeseburger live on camera. If he eats the bacon cheeseburger, then he is now American, and I will begrudgingly accept him. Until such time, he's a fucking Indian, and he should leave. It's probably why they have such high rates of non-consensual sex. That would explain it. Yeah, the physiognomy of the median Indian male does kind of track with that statistic. But the point I was making, birthright citizenship as it currently exists is already not what's referred to as right of soil. We've effectively rescinded that through executive order. Caveating that with executive orders being a bad vehicle to do that, I would prefer to have an act of Congress. Pushing that through Congress, a struggle in and of itself would likely have to require either repealing the filibuster or having some kind of deal be made with Democrats, because I don't see it passing with a big enough majority otherwise. So, birthright citizenship as it's currently allowed by the executive order hinges on at least one parent being a legal permanent resident, which already cuts out all H-1Bs. Basically, everything that is not a permanent non-conditional green card is already out the window. That's it. You're just not passing on citizenship at that point, which I think is a fair standard. That is fine. You have people who have gone through a standard naturalization process in order to get their permanent residency, because realistically, at the point of getting a green card, the only way that you can fail to acquire an American passport once you have a green card is if you commit a felony or don't want to, because you're assuming certain tax obligations, which you're getting the same tax obligations as a full citizen the moment you get full residency. So there's that. So I think that the standard that's set by the Trump administration with regards to birthright citizenship is fair. It allows influential men to naturalize the children that they have with the mail order brides that they get from other parts of the world. And I think that is a God-given right to any red-blooded male. Any red-blooded American man should be able to buy a woman who's not currently poisoned by Western upbringings in order to produce a healthy and genetically diverse brood. Congress will never allow it. Even Republicans will balk at it. Yes, I very much see a lot of rhinos backing off of that. Maybe not Republicans. I think Republicans under Trump would be too afraid to go against him. You'll have some reflexive contrarians like Massey or Rand Paul. Like, they will manage to turn this into an L. But the Democrats will, unless there is some kind of leverage that Trump can use. For example, they've agreed to have a vote on the ACA. I guess you could leverage the ACA to have them repeal birthright citizenship through an act of Congress. If that pans out, that would be extremely funny. As much as I don't like the idea of funding Obamacare, it would be funny if that were to be used. Like, they would have to pick between the ACA or birthright citizenship. It would be extremely funny. You foresee this becoming how liberals stop having abortions as a primary form of birth control? They will start letting undocumented people knock them up so they can keep them in the country. Maryland man all over the country. I doubt that. That's way too committal. You forget that a lot of libs are actually very unprincipled, and they only advocate for that shit as long as that actually doesn't affect them. I don't see your default lib coastal woman going spread eagle just to let Speedy Gonzalez stay in the country, because she is also depriving herself of the lifestyle that feminism has promised her. Like, none of the, and remember the reaction of Martha's Vineyard when they have received their share of illegal immigrants from the border. all of a sudden, borders became very fucking real. And at that point, no one was asking them to give up their eldest daughter to be knocked up by Sanchez over there just because he needs permanent residency. Not only that, a citizen child doesn't really give you any residency. I underestimate radical progressives. Do I, though, really, Melty? Do I really? Honestly, I've not seen a regressive leftist who's ever stuck to their guns when faced with actual consequences for what's going to happen. And the ones who are far gone enough to actually do that are probably too fat for Sanchez to get it up in the first place. So I don't really see that as being a viable strategy. And again, that being said, okay, fine, you have a child that has citizenship claims. Well, guess the fuck what? He's not going to be able to sponsor a visa for you until the child is 18. Not Sanchez, but Derek, yes. That is acceptable. You see, Crespian, I think that an exception should be made for big booty Latinas. They can stay. If you're a 6 and above, you should be allowed into the country. strictly with no makeup. If you are a 6 and above with no makeup, you should be granted asylum. Temporary parole into the country that is rescinded if you don't get pregnant within 3 months. I have spoken. After 30, most bloat up. That's unfortunate. Remember, the Vandals were annihilated as an ethnicity and genotype by destroying the male population and keeping a few of the women. Exactly. The women do not retain any kind of national or ethnic fealty. The only exception are Ashkenazi, are the Jew, are the tribes of Israel. They are the only ethnicity that retains lineage through mothers. Everyone else, no, they're going to get dissolved and absorbed by the host population instantaneously. You underestimate the readiness of women to abandon their native population. They will monkey branch onto like the widest tall glass of milk that they can get their hands on. They will abandon they will abandon the land of manlets that is Central and South America for that good American stock. So no, I maintain that we should keep the white man's dick as a viable way of naturalizing in the United States. Oh. That sounds very bad out of context. But yeah. Let's see. There was another one that I wanted to... Crowder had some takes on recent statements that got everyone's panties in a bunch. So let's go over those with him.
It's not even a big...
Look, I don't want the guy impeached nor executed, as I made very, very clear with Dave Smith and the people who were calling for his impeachment.
Dave Smith is a fucking retard. I'm sorry. I just have no patience for the man. His entire identity is being a pointless contrarian.
And execution. And yes, that's a real thing. They said execution for war crimes to be buried beneath the prison. I don't agree. I think he's been mostly, and you guys let me know, I think he's been mostly a pretty damn good president. But there are some head scratchers here these last couple of weeks. And as always, we make the references available, links in the description. If you disagree with any of my positions, please do engage in the chat. Yep. I'd love to talk with you. I would love to see someone steelman the mortgage issue.
Yeah.
And I would love to see someone steelman the Chinese exchange.
I'm gonna actually, I have a statement. I have a position on the mortgage thing. Not everyone is going to like it, but I do have one.
Student. I don't get it. I don't see any possible path to arguing how it benefits America. If we're talking about make America great again, MAGA, well, what? The first one I kind of get, because you'll still have some people who've come over from the Bernie Bro coalition and they vote exclusively in their own selfish interests. But I would say that this is a mistake. So a proposed policy from President Trump, a $2,000 payment to lower middle income Americans generated from tariff revenue.
Over the weekend, President Trump posted a proposal on Truth Social suggesting Americans could receive payments of up to $2,000 from the administration's tariffs.
So the $2,000, it's essentially a stimmy check. I am against it. It's not that I don't have a use for the $2,000. God knows most people do. Based on the rumors I'm hearing, I'm also not going to qualify for the $2,000 stimmy check, which makes me even extra salty. I'm not particularly happy. If we're getting so fat off of tariffs, I would prefer to just not pay income tax. If we are so wealthy now off of the tremendous success of the tariffs, if we're doing so good, maybe we can pay off the deficit a little bit faster, and maybe I no longer need to pay income tax. I would much rather just keep the money that is otherwise getting taken out of my paycheck than receiving a one-off stimmy check. Unless that money will get siphoned off into bureaucracy anyhow. You mean if it stays in the system, in government coffers? Well, that depends on how much of it's allowed to be siphoned off. If it's just direct revenue, it goes into the budget, and the budget has to stick with what is passed by the Senate and the Congress. So it's not like they can invent new expenditures without adding them to the budget. Oh, you mean if it were distributed? It's going to end. So it's going to, the things that it's going to do is it's going to create a spending peak, basically, because most of the people who are going to receive those $2,000, I think the cutoff right now that's being discussed is $100,000 annual income. Usually people who make under $100,000, whenever they're given $2,000, like just like that off the boot, and it's like hard cash as opposed to, I don't know, tax credit, they're usually just blowing that shit out of the window instantaneously. Like that money is going to be gone within hours of it hitting the accounts. In the vast majority of cases. I'm sorry, there is a reason why these people are in that tax bracket to begin with. And being good with money is not one of them. So that is going to instantly create a consumption spike. From an economics metrics perspective, it is the better forms of line go up. It is largely artificial. Also risks spiking inflation in the moment, because basically everyone who's trying to sell you something is going to be acutely aware of the fact that mostly everyone, like 80% of the country, has access to an extra $2,000. Not sure if it's per household or per person. That's probably going to be the case. Like, they are going to be aware of the fact that, hey, everyone has $2,000 to spend. And then you'll notice that a lot of the things will cost like $1,999. Everything is going to be $1,999.99. And that risks driving up inflation, which is something that I'm not a big fan of. Again, we do have the issue of the deficit. $2,000 multiplied by 300 million people. Let's quickly check that math. Yeah, have a good evening. Gotta crash out. I gotta work tomorrow. Good luck at work tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out with us. I hope that I've helped you with the CMMG build. All right, so it's 300 million people, right? Multiply that by $2,000. How many fucking zeros even is that? That is $60 billion. I feel like there's a good use. Don't forget to drink some Dragon's Treasure tea. So, yes, I still have a bit of his silver needles. I buy my tea in a different place, not because his stuff is bad. He just doesn't sell the stuff that I prefer to drink. So I would say for the vast majority of people, spending that stimmy check at Dragon's Treasure is probably the way to go. That's the best tea you can get in readily available retail. I don't have a code because I like the guy. I'm not going to say that his tea is the best tea ever. It's the best tea for the vast majority of people. It's not for me. I'm currently drinking an aged raw pu'er. The moment Dragon's Treasure starts carrying aged raw pu'er, I will be the first one there. I will be there with bells on. But until such time, I can't imbibe. But the point I was making, pu'er, yes, exactly. I'm actually eating through. I think I have one more serving of the brick that I got as a compliment for like the big. I bought like $200 worth of Chinese tea from a wholesale supplier, and I got a brick of 2013 raw pu'er as just a compliment on top. Pretty good, pretty serviceable. It's a little greenish. It's free for a reason, but I still have another brick of pu'er tea, and that one I know is the tits, which is why I'm saving it. Unrelated tangent. So, it's not just because I'm salty that I'm not getting the $2,000 because I'll quite transparently, I just don't qualify. I am above the earning threshold to get that stimmy check. I think that there's a better use for $60 billion. For example, at least trying to offset the $3 trillion deficit that we currently have. I think paying off the deficit is a higher priority than keeping people happy. I understand the value of just being able to keep people happy, especially before a contentious and difficult midterm, because midterms are usually not great for the incumbent. I would prefer that the midterms are won on policy. For example, completely torching the NFA. For example, deporting more illegals. Like, sometimes you just have to deliver on your promises and scare the hose a little bit. And I think a principled position will get you further in that regards. Because, again, if you repeal the NFA, if you just give Pam Bondi a stand-down order on the cases currently challenging the NFA, every gun nut in the country, and there are a lot of us, is going to be frothing at the mouth to vote for Republicans during the next midterm. That is an absolute no-brainer. That does, however, run the risk of giving the left a talking point to scaremonger the normies, people who are not as checked in. And then there's going to be a question of who votes more, gun owners or normies who are potentially going to be scared. Like, what is the cost benefit analysis of making every gun owner in the country your biggest fan forever versus scaring the hose? And I think normies are probably checked out enough to not pay attention to gun stuff. And there's enough gun owners who will likely react very positively. So if we get both repealing the NFA and then we placate the hoes who are scared with the $2,000, like possibly that's a play. Again, I'm not a fan of the stimmy, not a fan of the $2,000.
He addressed this earlier today from the Oval Office.
One of the things we're going to do, we're going to issue a dividend to our middle income people and lower income people of about $2,000. and we're going to use the remaining tariffs to lower our debt. We're going to be lowering our debt, which is a national security thing.
Now, this one I understand. I don't.
I would like to see how much revenue we're making versus the amount that's going to be doled out.
Agree with it. I understand because it's a way of drawing attention to the fact that the tariffs have generated a ton of revenue.
Yeah.
I think that's why he wants to do it. And of course, during this sort of standoff with the shutdown, it's saying, hey, I'm looking out for working class Americans. And by the way, we're able to do this because the tariffs that these elitists opposed and said would obviously irreparably damage the country. Hey, look, here's a check. I get it. This one, I understand. It's not conservative. It's not right wing in any way. I hate it when the left redistributes wealth in order to buy votes. This is a hard pass for me. Anyone?
Less good Trump.
Yeah, I'm also not sure if it's enough money to do that and to pay down some of the deficit, or at least a significant portion of the deficit.
Right.
To, justify it.
I think everything that we should be doing right now is actually fixing the problems instead of just kind of putting a Band-Aid on it. Like you said, this is for votes. I don't like doing that. And I also think like you have to get serious about the debt and the deficit. Like,
I mean, again, if you're going, you can't in the same breath call for, or you can't in the same breath be happy that EBT is not getting funded, and it's unfortunately getting funded, but then ask for $2,000 to everyone. That's not. I'm sorry. One of these is not like. Rather, the two are way too similar. That's why I don't like it. I don't like the fact that we pay as much money as we do in entitlements, and that is also a one time, but it's still an entitlement. I don't want more money going to EBT Americans. I'm sorry. I don't want Shaquanda and Tyrone to have $2,000 a piece to throw away on whatever they're going to throw it away on, in addition to the EBT that I'm already paying for out of my taxes, and I have to deal with the spiking inflation. I'm just not a fan of that. No, thank you.
Like you've got to get serious about that and stop doing that, because they did the exact same thing. You remember when they were talking about doing a Doge kind of dividend?
Yeah.
I think that's what they called it.
That. Yeah.
Like, maybe we'll send a Doge dividend. And everyone's like, what? No, we don't want, no, it's supposed to cut spending.
I would love that idea if we didn't have $40 trillion in debt.
Yes.
Or whatever it is. I might be.
It's 37, 38 right now.
Pretty close.
If it wasn't that, if it was, maybe a couple trillion, maybe I'd be okay with it. But
there was a Price is Right rule, so you went over. So Gerald wins this one.
Okay.
As much as it pains me. It also brings me to, by the way, next Monday will be another change my mind on ending SNAP. And this has nothing to do with the shutdown. I just think we should end it. I think it's a failed program.
Yep.
And
yeah, it is a program that is so thoroughly abused it's no longer doing what it's designed to do. Everyone keeps pretending welfare and Medicaid are essential. They are not. They are market distortions at best and economic poison at worst. I think that the most damaging thing that was ever done to African Americans is welfare and SNAP in particular. Like we've legitimately just gimped an entire population. We've introduced a negative selection factor that has irreparably injured an entire population of Americans. Terry, I'm very concerned whenever you have to take a breath to say something. I remind you that we are not to glow too hard in chat, okay? Just you cannot glow more than the streamer. This is why you don't do your two sides, because you have to be at least this corrupt to be a Democrat. You have to agree that welfare does not harm Black Americans, or you have to be so stupid that you don't understand it. Like, you actually need to be a utopian retard like Andrew Yang and think that if you're just given money, that's not going to be corrosive to you in any way, shape, or form. Never mind the absolutely disgusting inflationary pressure that it creates. Giving shit away for free is very, very corrosive to human motivation.
I had people sit down, and this goes back to...
Or rather, very few people, like unicums with IQs above 120, are the only cohort that actually benefits from having any kind of additional income, because they have the wherewithal to understand that they still have to maintain effort and perform within society, even though they have that safety net of that additional however much money they would get. But that is like a vanishingly small amount of people. And that stimmy check is actually not going to those people because IQ is directly correlated with lifetime earnings. So, like, if we were to do this well, everyone would throw a shit fit about it. But if I were to do this, I would actually dole out the $2,000, if at all, only to people making more than $150,000 per year. If I do that, first of all, I'm doling out significantly less money. But second of all, I'm also keeping that money in a cohort that has proven that they know how to deal with money. It means that they are financially sound enough judgment to actually not just immediately go and buy a pair of Jordans with that $2,000. And even then, I would be against doing that because you just don't inject that amount of cash into the population. Again, if it's doled out in the form of tax credits that you can't cash out, then I would be more on board because that way you're technically not injecting new money into circulation. You're just taking less from people. That I am increasingly okay with. If someone can just decrease their taxable income by the $2,000, more power to them. I'm fully on board with that. Because then we're shrinking the impact of that even more. Because I'll remind you that at least 40% of Americans do not pay federal income tax.
To inviting Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens on, where people go, well, if we didn't give so much money to Israel, then we could afford it. I go, well, first off, that's incorrect. Okay, $3 to $4 billion. Cut it to Israel. $3 to $4 billion in aid, right? Military aid and foreign aid. Cut it to Israel. Cut it to all those countries. Stop funding all sides of the war in that cesspool of a region. Okay, I agree with you, but SNAP is anywhere from $100 to $130 billion a year. $9 billion alone spent on sugary drinks. So 3 times the amount that we send to Israel annually is spent on Coca-Cola and Fanta on SNAP each year.
Yeah.
And so if all of this infighting is going to be about that funding, I think we remove that and go, okay, great, remove it, fine.
Done.
That should be enough, done. Let's deal with the real problem, though, as far as our spending. Let's deal with the real problem as far as the entitlements in this country. And I think a lot of this has been a distraction. Next policy, because there's not a whole lot more to say about that. You either support giving away people's money to someone else or you don't. I don't. The proposal of 50-year mortgages. So government-sponsored enterprise, you've heard the term GSE, that's what it means. Government-sponsored enterprises like Freddie Mac would support 50-year mortgages to purchase single-family homes. This has been floated by President Trump and just seems like a terrible idea.
It's this 50-year mortgage idea. So it's significant MAGA backlash, calling it a giveaway to the banks and simply prolonging the time it would take for Americans to own a home outright. Is that really a good idea?
It's not even a big deal. I mean, you go from 40 to 50 years, and what it means is you pay something less from 30. That some people had a 40, and then now they have a 50.
No, didn't.
All it means is you pay less per month. You pay it over a longer period of time. It's not like a big factor. It might help a little bit.
Yeah, so the
I'm going to give my opinion before Crowder gives his. No, never mind. Let's have Crowder speak, then I'll try to add on top of that because my perspective is likely going to be different.
current max, at least that I'm aware of, 30-year mortgages. And I'll also say this is something where it shows how Donald Trump sometimes has a blind spot. I think he was under the impression that this was going to be a largely friendly interview. And so he didn't prepare the same way that he would when he's ready to deal with opposition.
Yes, he absolutely does not have his T's crossed and I's dotted. He does not have his talking points prepared. He thought this was going to be a fluff interview. Again, skill issue. You prepare for every interview because you are supposed to do the pitch. You're supposed to sell because an interview, however complimentary, is not going to be viewed by just people who are pro you. It's also going to be dissected by the opposition, and it's incumbent upon you to always have good argumentation ready to go. So yes, it's poor preparation for the interview.
Just, it could be, well, you could go from 40 to 50. Well, it's 30. 20-year difference, that's a big difference.
Yeah.
I understand how this seems nice, and this is the problem with populism if it's not tied to some kind of, deeply rooted principle. Now, it doesn't mean that you just cling to your principles and say, hey, like libertarians, let's legalize all drugs and have open borders and war shouldn't exist. Okay, cool. We also...
I'm really upset that that is now associated with libertarianism, because Mises Caucus libertarianism is not that. Like, I'm sorry, not having borders and legalizing all drugs is a profoundly retarded non-starter. Like, that's just not a societal structure that works.
Also have to have a system of government, and we have to have a form of governance that is appropriate, that's in line with the Constitution.
Yes, exactly. Like, the Leviathan of the government is a necessary evil, but it should be kept within certain limits so that it doesn't overstep its core function.
Constitution also serves the interests of the American people above all else, above any other people, to be clear. But this kind of ties into a $2,000 check, just pandering for votes. So people go, well, that's great. It'll make it more affordable. First off, not really, and I'll offer a solution, by the way, that may help a little bit more. So here's how it won't really help. You just have a slightly lower monthly payment, right? You'd build equity a whole lot slower, and you'd end up paying a whole lot more over time. One could argue that this is really sort of a kickback to the big banks, because they would love for you to pay these rates. They would love for you to continue to be enslaved into debt. So let me give you an example, like a $400,000 home with, let's say, 10% down at 6.25% financing. Just giving you a general, these numbers you can find out.
6.25 is, I guess you can get that.
There. So a 30-year mortgage, your monthly payment would be about $2,200. So the total cost of your home with interest would be about $798,000, call it $800,000. A 50-year mortgage, you'd be paying about $250 less per month, about $1,960. But the total cost of the home with that interest would be $1.18 million, $380,000 more. And
to be fair, that's also adjusted for inflation. So like $1 today is worth significantly more than that same dollar tomorrow. But again, we probably don't want to debase our currency that much where it doesn't make a difference.
And I want to be clear about something. A lot of people think that real estate is the best investment there is. They go, well, you always make money. Well, first off, that's not true. It's better to invest if you can in many scenarios than rent.
Not all real estate is investment. The house that you live in is actually a liability rather than an asset, because you're not making money off of it. It's like you are burning less money and you are still technically building equity. So it's better than renting. But your primary dwelling is by no means an asset. It is, if anything, is just a lesser liability than renting. Understanding that equity that you're freezing up in that house is still not very liquid. I guess you can borrow against the house, but again, as your primary dwelling, are you sure you want to borrow against the house?
Sure, but if you're paying this kind of an interest rate, you sort of lose that. You're not paying the money away, but your house may not appreciate to the cost that you're paying, and you're not getting that equity.
It's not appreciating.
Yeah, it's a policy that would encourage financial irresponsibility on behalf of many Americans. And let me tell you something. You know what would really help? The numbers that we know anywhere, I've seen them as low as 30, 35 million illegal aliens. I've seen it as high as 55. Let's call it 40-something million illegal aliens in this country. Get rid of them.
Yeah, that would actually relieve a lot of pressure and a lot of demand from real estate.
Get rid of them. Guess what? That would free up a lot of homes right now.
And if you denaturalize and deport all of the Indians, that further removes pressure from the real estate market. You know how I keep telling you, if you deport all of the Indians, your house prices will halve in some places? Like, the Austin real estate market is just going to crater if you remove all Indians. You've been saying this stuff for the last decade. It's good to the... We apparently share that one particular brain cell. If you were to remove Indians from Austin, the real estate market would crash. Properties that currently go for in excess of $1 million would be on the market for $300,000.
So right now what you're talking about doing is we have a housing crisis. Let's just artificially, effectively, increase demand. Well, no. We either need to increase supply, either we need to build more homes, or we need more homes to be available. Well, you could free up a lot of homes if you no longer have people who are competing, illegal aliens, by the way, who often work off the books and have more disposable income because they don't have to pay taxes. That would give a lot of Americans more access to these homes. How about that? It's not just, and the left will say, they just try and other people and they just try and demonize one group of people. No. They shouldn't be here, period. So I don't need to demonize them. They are here illegally. But in this case,
I would also other the ones who are here legally because I disagree with the premise that they're here for.
There is a direct correlation. And you know where you really saw it? Used cars during COVID.
Yeah, 100%. You can see the same kind of thing with education. When the government steps in and essentially does something they think will try to help, it gets priced in. It's going to get priced in homes too. All of a sudden it's like, oh, well, people are going to save a little bit of money. Maybe they can afford a little bit more home. My price is going to go up a little bit because demand is going to go up. So I don't think this solves any of the problem. It doesn't sound like a good idea for anybody, and paying almost 100% more interest over the life of a loan, it's a bad idea.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it helps with the rate of interest.
No, it doesn't. And it'll probably increase the price of homes because you'll have a lot of people now going, well, I can afford that monthly.
Now.
So now more people go out and buy a home that if it's close, if you're cutting it close, that means you can't afford it. And I will say, we can maybe roll that clip. Ben Shapiro's quote now, and it could be taken out of context, this idea that, well, if you can't afford to live in New York, then you really should leave New York. I understand the point he's making. It is very tone deaf. It is very tone deaf. It's very.
We're gonna break down Shapiro shitting his pants because, oh, boy golly, again, he managed to ruin a sure thing interview by just being a dumb fuck. Like, holy shit, Benny, read the room.
Very tone deaf. I say you should leave New York because it's a communist hellhole. Okay, and I think that the people have voted for that. Enough people have voted for it where it's beyond repair. But this idea that it's incumbent upon you to simply move to a new municipality when you're facing the result of policy that has led to the cost of living problems. No, it is incumbent upon the people who represent the American people to be more responsible with policy. And whether you're looking at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, awful. Whether you're looking at Obamacare, which we'll get to, awful. Or a 50-year mortgage, it is a bad policy. It will incentivize bad decisions, and the people who would be most happy about this would be big banks and the too big to fail firms.
And real estate investors. I will explain why.
The BlackRocks, the State Streets, the Vanguards who want to purchase up homes so that they can sell them to you or rent them to you. These people are the ones who are holding all the leverage. This is a terrible idea, in my opinion.
That's a really bad Trump.
Okay, so my 2 cents. I largely agree when it comes to retail purchasers, individual families buying their primary home. I agree. It's a bad tool. The longer the life of your loan, the less the more you pay in interest, the more you are bound up. Generally not bueno. I understand why Trump would have come up with that idea. You need to remember that he made his fortune in real estate, which means that you're primarily looking at properties as investments. And you typically don't fund a property with just straight up cash. Usually, you will leverage your purchase to a certain extent with mortgages or other forms of financing. And in most cases, you are actually not supposed to just fully pay off a mortgage within the lifetime of a real estate purchase. Even in the case of a single family home, you are not actually supposed to let the loan exist through its entirety unchanged. First of all, you are supposed to refinance through the lifetime of the loan, because that way you are borrowing a lesser amount of money, you're refinancing, you're decreasing the body of the loan, and which means that you're going to start paying into the equity of your home sooner. If interest rates go down between the points of borrowing and refinancing, you're also potentially looking at a better rate. If, for example, you go through military service between your initial purchase and the refinancing, you may be eligible for a VA loan. So not only are you refinancing for a lower number, you also get access to VA rates. Or you advance your position in life. You just, strictly speaking, make more money than at the point of purchasing a house. Because remember, you purchase a house, even with a mortgage, if you plan to stay there for at least the next 10 years. Within 10 years, it is reasonable to expect that you should at least double the amount of money you make. Meaning that over the lifetime of that loan, not only are you refinancing it for a shorter term loan where you're paying less interest on it, you also make more money, meaning that you can just straight up either pay off that loan faster, or you just sell the house with the encumbrance, which has appreciated, because you can afford a bigger house. But the point I'm making is, a 50-year loan just allows you to apply more leverage to a given property. And for a family that's trying to buy a primary dwelling, this is less useful, because you'll just have to go through the refinancing cycle more times, potentially exposing yourself to an unfavorable dynamic in the interest rates. But for a business, for a real estate investor, it is fantastic. It means that you have a lower barrier of entry for example, buying up commercial properties in order for you to rent. If you want to be like a middle class landlord and you want to buy an investment property, a 50-year loan is great, because now you can actually just charge rent, and rent will be about what the mortgage payment for the property is. And you still go through the cycles of refinancing said loan, further decreasing those payments, because you're gradually paying off the loan. You're decreasing the amount of money you're borrowing, like I explained recently, like I've just explained. So it's more of a bad than it is a good for home buyers, for actual families who are looking for a dwelling. It's a great instrument for real estate investors like Trump. And that's why Trump likes that idea, because he sees that, okay, if I get like a 50-year loan, I can potentially leverage, it lowers my point of entry into the real estate investment game. I can see more people getting the ability to build independent wealth by sort of playing the game of spinning that money through the cycles of refinancing. He's not occupying the mindset of someone who is trying to buy a place to live instead of renting, and then trying to finance that off of 2 or maybe even 1 paycheck. That's, unfortunately, that is his real blind spot. He doesn't quite understand how households are financed these days. So, in a vacuum, 50-year mortgages are not a bad thing. They are a tool that is supposed to achieve a certain goal. And it is definitely not a mortgage that you should just let live throughout its natural life cycle. Absolutely the fuck not. You are supposed to refinance that bitch every chance you get. Every time you get some kind of cutout, some kind of benefit, some kind of opportunity to get a lower rate, you fucking take that. You nickel and dime those motherfuckers at every chance you get, because you know just for a certainty that they are doing the same to you. And you, as the homeowner, as the holder of the loan, you do have the advantage here in being able to refinance at any point, provided that you maintain your credit score, you don't miss payments, and so on. But the banks will be hurt. Well, you see, if the banks were really hurt by that, we wouldn't have that as a tool in place. The banks make a certain bet. The banks are actually not hurt. They just don't make as much money off of you on the spot when you refinance. Marginally less. For them, it's a marginal loss. For you, it is a material difference. But like, even if we're talking 30-year mortgages, you're not supposed to let that mortgage live for 30 years. Same as you don't pay off a credit card by just making minimal payments towards the credit card. You're not supposed to let a 30-year mortgage live for 30 years unchanged. You are supposed to proactively refinance because, for example, say you've paid off like 30% of the loan. You can refinance, borrow a smaller amount. Because it's a smaller amount, you can get either a shorter term loan, or you need to borrow less money for a similar lifetime of that loan. So you'll be paying a smaller interest rate even on that, and you'll be paying less interest over time. Then you have your sort of external parameters that I've just explained. You can sell a property that's appreciated, get the difference out that way. You can just refinance because the interest rate is better, or sometimes you just have to hold the bag because interest rates are bad. It's a finicky financial tool. It's not for everyone. 50-year mortgages are, again, a tool in the toolbox. Just like not everyone needs a Remington 700. Rather, very few people actually need a Remington 700. Same with so the same thing applies to a 50-year loan. Not everyone needs one. Very few people actually know how to use one. I am probably more against than for, just because this risks creating a real estate bubble. Probably not to the extent that the Obama bubble was when the housing crash occurred, but it's still overheating the market to an unnecessary degree. And again, I understand where that blind spot is coming from. I think T-Money needs to get some better consultants in that regard. Like, someone needs to sit him down and explain to Teflon Don that, hey, listen, the median person in any population is retarded, and they are going to misuse that and hurt themselves. The market is already overheated, and it's too deep to use Twitch chat to explain. That's why the Discord exists, which is an excellent segue to remind people that we have a Discord. The Discord is less tightly moderated. We don't completely go off the rails. We still try to not glow, but the Discord nevertheless is there. So feel free to join. I only ping for streams or if something is very funny. By the way, we are potentially getting a patch with VTuber Industrial Complex. Once we lock in a design, I will officially put up links, and we're going to get our first merch drop, and you'll be able to sport the Oni Dojo patch with pride.
And it just doesn't seem in line with
You'll be able to flex on the haters, or you'll be able to flex on VTuber fans with lesser Oshis.
America great again. It doesn't seem in line with put America first. And these days, the younger generation absolutely does have it hardest when looking to purchase a home and get a good rate. Let's get to the Chinese.
Oh boy.
Chinese mortgages?
Can I make one clarification about the Chinese? These are not foreign exchange students. These are just like full-time, visa students coming over here.
You're right.
We're not exchanging anything. There's
all right. Admonish me.
Not
admonish
me.
me. Admonish me. I deserve it. I use the term because that's how people might know. But you're right. There are only about 1,000 American students studying in China.
Yeah.
And
well, mostly because China has very little to teach.
The proposal from President Trump here is that we should have like 600,000 Chinese studying here at our universities. And here's something that I don't know who is in President Trump's ear. And I know that we've never had President Trump on the show, and I know that I know, by the way, some of the grievances from people like Tucker Carlson or people like Candace Owens are correct. There's a lot of gatekeeping that goes on. These are bad ideas. So 600,000 Chinese students here. Can anyone tell me how that is good for America? Because if we're talking about work visas, I do understand there's a scenario where it's appropriate. For example, someone like an Elon Musk. If there's someone who is hyperly skilled, who is going to be a player on the world stage, well, you want them playing for Team United States. I understand that. Or if certainly in film, this happens a lot. If you need Tom Hardy, you need Pierce Brosnan, you need to bring him in, especially if there's a series here. I get that. But students, you are now training up the younger generation of a foreign adversary so that they will be competitive with you in the workplace. It doesn't make sense at this stage in the development of a human being. We shouldn't be training and making our enemies stronger than they would be without this policy. And here is President Trump giving this interview with Laura Ingraham, and everything he says, I just don't think he's aware that he's communicating it.
I'm half and half on this issue. I think that the contribution of higher education to the ultimate work capacity of a person is slightly overestimated, even if we're talking like Ivy League universities. So let's have the whole thing play out, then I'll give my 2 cents.
In the opposite way that people are hearing it.
You've said as many as 600,000 Chinese students could come to the United States. Why, sir, is that a pro-MAGA position when so many American kids want to go to school and there are places not for them, and these universities are getting rich off?
So that is a fallacy off the beat already. Usually, they're not going to be competing for the same quote-unquote place. So there's not a quota system. Universities have a certain capacity. That's understood. The capacity of universities across the United States is well in excess of 600,000. The 600,000 are also not coming in on the same academic year, on the same specialties, so they are not going to be hyper-concentrated. It's not a mutually exclusive proposition to have foreign students come in. If anything, having foreign students participate in your education system and benefit from your education system is, first of all, an exercise in soft power. It's an important exercise in soft power because that way you expose people from other cultures to a situation where they have a sentimental attachment to your country in a formative period in their life. They will look fondly back on their younger years where fewer areas in their body hurt and life was generally easy. And I think it's actually beneficial for you to ingratiate yourself that way, at least through an emotional connection. But second of all, we don't have a sharp limit of spaces in colleges. We just don't. There's not a gigantic deficit of carry capacity of students in our universities. It's just not a thing. So the students that are coming in on visas are not replacing American students. They just aren't, and that's it. They are very much within the capacity of just Ivy League universities to absorb them and train everyone who conforms to standards. And mind you, Ivy League universities in America are very fucking picky. They do not let every Tom, Dick, and Jang come in and just learn here. They actually have to pass fairly severe filters to qualify even for undergraduate degrees. Never mind MA and MBA. Well, executive MBA is a little bit easier. Executive MBAs, you pay the entry, and that's about it. But there's still a serious benchmark for them to clear. They will not develop a sentimental attachment. They're here to go to school and spy. Is there really anything valuable to spy on in schools? No, Terry. Other countries have been doing the exact same shit and laughing at us while we do it. They're out to swipe new ideas like the Chinese are. I think that's First of all, we're not the only country that does that. We're actually not the only country that facilitates foreign students coming in and learning. Business schools are inherently international. The prestige of a given business school directly relies on its attractiveness to popular students, because if your curriculum and the prestige of your diploma is so widely recognized that people will go across borders, go through the troubles of getting a student visa in order to receive an education from your establishment, is in and of itself a guarantee of a certain pedigree. That's why you have the INSEAD in France. That's why you have Oxford and Cambridge still being very much recognized establishments that charge a very, very pretty penny from any international student who wants to aspire to go there. I don't remember if any of the British colleges impose any additional filtration outside of just, have it be eligible for a visa and pay the tuition fees. I know that the Japanese business schools cannot even impose any filtration because despite being run by like Harvard alumni, for example, Globus still has to accept students who just pay tuition and are eligible for visas because they don't have enough students to have to impose any kind of intake requirement. I believe all they do is just require that you had like a primarily English language undergraduate degree in order to enroll into their master's program. Maintaining an education system that simply accepts foreign students is a positive, especially if you run a highly lucrative education system, a highly prestigious education system. All of the spy-worthy material is retained with businesses. Businesses do a good enough job of safeguarding their technology. Because usually it's all trade secrets and patents and shit. None of that exists in a school environment because businesses understand that usually people of a school age are retarded. Not in a functional intelligence kind of way, but generally they cannot be trusted with NDA shit. So no real secrets exist in an academic environment, even for MBA students. Even for STEM people with master's degree or PhDs, they do not have access to anything that is remotely NDA in an academic environment. That is just not a thing. All sensitive information exists on the side of actual commerce. Like all of your sensitive STEM shit essentially is over concentrated inside of AMD, Nvidia, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and Raytheon. That is where the actual NDA shit exists. And no one, absolutely the fuck no one, is going to score a Raytheon job while being a Chinese national. That's just not happening. So the paranoia about the spying is uncalled for. Now, there is a realistic threat of the Chinese being caught trying to smuggle shit into the country. That is a very, very important point of concern. That means that there is very obviously some kind of adversarial action happening through a specific population. It means they have to be very closely monitored, and there has to be an understanding established at the higher level that if this happens, if we catch one of your fucking ding-dongs from the ping pong clan trying to bring a novel strain of black mold into the country, we're just ejecting all of you the fuck out as a security concern. That is something that has to be communicated to Winnie the Pooh, and if he doesn't want to become West Taiwan overnight, he better fucking play ball. As was explained to him with the recent tariff spike. So you need to counterbalance being the castle on the hill and being attractive for a global population of gifted children is tremendously valuable. Again, I am staunchly against isolationism because isolationism is how you fucking die. Japan was exposed to being strong-armed into opening up at the late Edo period. By us, by the way, precisely because they've self-isolated and they've stagnated technologically and militarily. They had no bearing on the outside world. And that is why we just rolled up on their shit and told them that you are going to start trading or we blow you the fuck out, because we're able to build metal ships with armaments that you have never seen. In our case, the cascade of consequences of becoming completely isolated from the world is going to be very different, but we're not going to enjoy any of them. Up to and including the fact that if we retreat from the world, the power vacuum that we leave, including cultural influence by means of international student receipt, that power vacuum is going to be occupied by China tomorrow. The moment we start closing off our universities from international students in some kind of effort for retarded protectionism, the next day China will construct an Ivy League analog. The only reason they're not able to do so right now is because it is understood that if you are a gifted and talented student, if you are worth the investment for an Ivy League diploma, you go to an actual Ivy League school. If you can't cut it for an Ivy League school, you go to a British university. If you can't cut it with a British university, you go and get your MBA in Europe, because that's generally the disparity here. So I think this is a nothing burger. This is mostly a point that is touted by people who actually don't have college degrees, but for some reason they are very, very pissy about these allegedly useful college degrees being given to foreign students.
Chinese money.
Sure. Never said about China, but we do have a lot of people coming in from China. We always have, China and other countries. We also have a massive system of colleges and universities. And if we were to cut that in half, which perhaps makes some people happy, you would have half the colleges in the United States go out of business.
And then you're actually drastically decreasing supply of education. What do you mean, so, you fucking loopy bint? You can't actually gut your entire higher education system, because then you will actually have a deficit of spots for people to get higher educations. This is a massive blind spot, praying that what is true for environment, praying that what is true for the environment that I know to be true across the board. They're not stealing big ideas, they're scalping massive amounts of small bits of information, and a lot of this happens in research facilities at universities. I would like to see specific examples of it. Again, I question the amount of actual impactful research that takes place in an academic environment. Definitely not at an undergrad level. I'm sorry, like they blow a lot of smoke up the ass of undergrads, saying, oh, like you have to make original research. Like none of that shit is original. Sorry, you're not coming up with novel ideas at the ripe age of 18, unless you are Palmer Luckey. Last I checked, Palmer Luckey is American, and there's only one of them. Okay, maybe unless you're John Carmack. John Carmack also happens to be American, and there is also one of him. It's really not that much of a liability. You don't have to be a graduate. Just need to make friends with a graduate student and learn what he works on, then pay him. That's his liability. That's technically, so again, if a graduate student works on something, again, we run up to the same issue of it being a nothing burger, because nothing important just exists on a non-NDA basis in an academic environment. When there's payment, that's traceable digital footprint. They have agents who work in PhD departments just to learn about the enemies by proxy. I mean, again, PhD departments are also wildly overhyped. All of the real advancement happens behind ironclad NDAs. And before you can ever be accused of treason and tried for it, the fucking Boeing assassins will get you. Grossly overestimated risk. Do you need some controls on that? Sure. Does that warrant just completely shutting off access to your universities for the Chinese? By that logic, you just shouldn't allow any Chinese passport holders into the country, because they don't need to be on student visas anywhere or in that capacity even. Like, all they have to be is be in the country on a legal basis. You send a Feng Feng to catch a PhD student in MIT and squeeze him for the last drop of cum he's ever been able to produce. But then you are slowly becoming the Soviet Union with that line of thinking. And we've already proven that that is not a recipe for success. Do controls need to be put in place? Yes. Cutting off access to your institutions of higher education to foreign students? Extremely iffy. And if you do that for specific passports, if you're going to do that at all, you just do that through Homeland Security. You just add additional layers of screening. You don't announce the fact that, no Bomalian passports are allowed in our universities ever. Holy shit. You're going to get your ass just blown out by the Supreme Court. At the first utterance of that logic, you are getting your entire ass blown out. However, if you attach additional security checks that no one with a Bomalian passport can pass on the DHS level, you do that quietly, there you go. There's your problem solved. Sure, they can enroll in our universities, they can pay our tuition, but they have to be cleared for a student visa first. And we've seen Marco Rubio is very eager to take those fucking student visas back at the drop of a hat. Again, these are complex problems. And my big gripe with the Fuentes types is that they offer oversimplified solutions that sound very, very appealing to the 90 IQ crowd. But they are actually catastrophic in their second and third order effects. Again, Nick Fuentes doesn't care because he is a papalist and he is a Vatican First. Never mind that he's also just a gay retarded Zoomer. And that is why the solutions he's offering are really inconsequential and never take into account whether it's MAGA or not. And hot take, having a soft power instrument in your back pocket, which is access to our educational institutions, yeah, that's actually pretty fucking pro MAGA. That's actually very MAGA. It ensures that we are a highly lucrative environment to be in, up to and including encouraging defection from places like West Taiwan.
Great.
Well, I think that's a big deal.
Are they fans
You would have the
fans of the United States?
Yeah, but you would have, as you know, historically black colleges and universities would all be out of business.
Why?
You would have a system of colleges and universities.
So we're dependent on China to keep our university system going?
But I think it's good to have. I actually think it's good to have outside countries. Look, I want to be able to get along.
He doesn't have his talking points ready. That's it. He is fumbling because this is not it's a topic he understands, but he doesn't have. First of all, he has the pressure of it being recorded. He has the pressure of it being an unexpectedly adversarial interview. He only gets one take. If I fumble something, I can stop and I can just start again with a fully formed thought. Not only that, I've also had like a full day and change to think about these talking points. But again, my guy, T-Money, you are POTUS. You've already had Fox try to fuck you over on the debate stage, you should be like condition number one whenever you talk to these chuckle fucks. Remember, you do not hate journalists enough. You think you do, but you actually don't.
They're not the French. They're the Chinese. They spy on us. They steal our intellectual property.
Screw the French, too.
Yeah.
Really? I don't know. I'll tell you, I'm not so sure. We've had a lot of problems with the French, where we get taxed very unfairly on our technology.
We've actually had more cases of actually impactful espionage by the French. I'll remind you of that one.
Where, you know, they put 25% taxes on American products. Half of the students from all over the world that are coming into our country destroy our entire university and college system. I don't want to do that.
I wouldn't lose any.
And don't forget, MAGA was my idea. MAGA was nobody else's idea. I know what MAGA wants better than anybody else. And MAGA wants to see our country thrive.
You want to bet? Yeah, we want to see our country thrive, but you still have failed to make the case as to why we would thrive, why we would.
There is a good case. He did absolutely fumble the ball, and he did not make a good case. I think I personally, I think I made a great case for it. Some would say that I've made the best case for it. That's not me. Some people just say that.
Would be better off with more communist students coming over here.
Well, because
Well, actually, yes, long term, because that's how you need to expose more communists to what life outside of communism is like, because that is how you get enough people to, for example, have a resistant Hong Kong. Because you have more people wanting a free Hong Kong after they've experienced life outside of communism.
the historically black colleges and universities would fail if they didn't have Chinese students.
2% of these colleges?
Or less.
The black colleges need the Chinese students.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine, I guess. Can anyone make the case? Because he didn't make it.
I've made the case, so y'all feel free to cut clips of it and forward it to Crowder.
Just there. And he even insisted that Ivy League universities love this idea, citing the recently renamed Rail University and their new fight song. We've been working on the railroad all the way wrong day. I'm working. And most upset, of course, is Captain Morgan here. Don't even get us started on Notre Dame.
The Fighting Irish.
They can pronounce the R's.
We fight wrong time. we don't win football in decade.
Oh, pass it to my tight end.
That's right. Yeah, put it in tight end.
Yeah, please keep making fun of me for getting a free education.
Yeah, you a fullback asshole.
So, what do you mean a fucking list? Which one? What list are we on now?
Let me just be really clear with you. Chinese students not only
how many lists are we on now?
Don't deserve this, and we don't benefit from it. They're a national security threat. So let me give you a few examples here. Check the references, link in the description. At U of M, you had many instances of students trying to smuggle in crop fungus.
Again, an issue that I have raised, something that we have to be controlled for. We need to communicate this clearly to Winnie the Pooh, that if he doesn't want the Three Gorges Dam to crack, he better put a kibosh on this.
That doesn't seem like it has a place in the science lab. Again, at U of M, you had that student charged for illegally voting, and his vote still counted. And again, at U of
That's a local voting law issue. I guess that's why we had to, as Texas, vote for, what was it, Prop 6, I think? Prop 16? I forget the number of it, but that it has to specifically state that non-citizens can't vote.
Them 5 students were charged with spy activities at Camp Grayling. Again, most of these are the Chinese. Chicago, Chinese electrical engineering student there was convicted for spying for the CCP. At UCLA, there was a math student who transferred sensitive tech to the PLA. And then, of course, you have Swalwell's favorite, Fang Fang, the one he was not banging, just to be clear, not having sex with a Chinese spy, Eric Swalwell. There's no record of it. There's no proof of it. Eric Swalwell has not slept with Chinese spies and still seems to hold office. I just want to be very...
Eric Swalwell, by the way, actually has top secret clearances as a congressman. Funny how that works. I'm just saying this to highlight the fact that I'm sorry, undergrads are not the most dangerous vector here. And because all of these people have to apply and receive student visas, it is actually fairly easy for three-letter agencies to keep a pretty tight leash on all of them.
Very, very clear.
Like it's a case of let's not throw the baby out with the rice vinegar with the with the rice vinegar water.
I think we're covered by my half-Asian lawyer. Remember, Fang Fang started her spying career while enrolled at Cal State East Bay. So, like, there's a long-standing history of the Chinese taking advantage of our system and sending spies over here. Not to mention this. Let me ask you this. Do you think...
Actually, here's a good question. Why was the NSA not on top of it? Why does the NSA not keep tabs on foreign students? Is that not something that they are specifically supposed to do?
Think that having more Chinese students coming here, do you think that that lowers tuition costs? Or do you think it inflates tuition costs? Do you think that it provides more opportunities for American students to study? Or do you think they...
Well, federally assured undefaultable student loans inflate tuition costs significantly. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Notary on the spot. Shared brain cell in operation right now. Exactly. The fucking feds are the one who are inflating tuition. I will remind you that Harvard currently has an endowment that dwarfs most European countries. So universities could be self-funded. They could pay for education for people if they really wanted to. And sometimes they do, because sometimes that money gets doled out in grants to promising students. End school subsidization, let the universities collapse, make them provide value, only have classes people want. Very true. Let them collapse without federal support. Again, most of them won't even fucking collapse because they have endowments that rival countries. I am not very concerned about MIT collapsing without federal support anytime soon.
Take those spots. This policy is basically, hey, we're going to be educating our...
There was an Ivy League school and it drives you nuts that you can't remember which one it is. What did they do?
Primary geopolitical rival, basically people from a communist nation that will have to compete with them in the tech and workspace later on. And the reason for it is...
they audited their commissariat and 48 million of all their fucking DEI staff. Wait, 48 million spending on DEI staff, or is that like head count? That doesn't sound like a head count. Oh, hundreds of students getting a full ride in a year. But yeah, exactly. It sounds like the universities have plenty of money.
Go. None. It doesn't make any sense. Listen, there's an AI race right now that is absolutely imperative for the United States to win. It is national security implications. Matt, that's why you saw Sam Altman, Elon Musk, all these guys, Jeff Bezos, going and talking and saying, hey, the government has to do something. Why would we take the one country that can beat us in this race and educate their kids so that they have a better chance? Why would we do that? Lane made a great point. He's like, how many students do you think we would have been comfortable letting in during the Cold War from Russia?
Right.
How many?
Actually, quite a few. I risk breaching OPSEC, but I am very well aware of like an entire flight of students who have gone to Ivy League universities when the Soviet Union was still very active. There were several flights of PhD students from the Soviet Union who went to Ivy League schools. And the only reason they didn't go back is because the Soviet Union fucking collapsed while they were still doing their coursework. Oh, well, they went to the government to try to get picked as the sole winner of the AI game. Yeah.
Right.
Probably not a lot. What the hell are we doing? And these are
actually quite a few.
New every single year. This is not a total number. I think this is 300,000 over 2 years of new students.
Yeah,
it's not like there's just 600,000.
It's more than what's like currently enrolled, I believe.
Yes.
And I don't think that the premise that half of America's colleges and universities would go out of business when they're spending tons of money on rejection letters every year.
Exactly.
Well, I didn't get any.
I also, by the way, don't care. I guess I would only support it if this was all just a ploy and we were educating the Chinese students wrong.
Maybe that's a
like,
good,
hey, welcome to this new engineering class. I present your professor, Terrence Howard.
Okay, fine. Maybe if there is a little subterfuge going on. I don't know.
He's more like a quantum physics theory guy.
2 times 2 is 5. I learn America. 2 times 2 is 5. Crying black man say. So not great, Trump. Let's rate that one. That's not so great, Donald Trump.
I'm going to disagree on that one. That's the other thing. You end up taking in communist students and reinforcing their communism. I don't think the foreign students are paying for the gender degrees. Like, do the communists need to be purged from academia? Abso-fucking-lutely. I think that no indoctrination is as strong as seeing the difference with your own lying eyes. It's very, unless the most ideologically charged courses are the most useless ones. They are usually for degrees that are dead-end degrees that will get you nothing more than an HR job that's going to be gone in the next round of layoffs. The Chinese do not go out of pocket for those degrees. Like, they have plenty of communism at home. They don't need to pay Ivy League tuition fees in order to get those here. Like, all of the people coming here are realistically severely autistic guys going for STEM. How long has it been since I went to school? They all have these fucking mandatory social studies courses, mandatory for graduations, laced with brimming with Marxism. It's to be fair, it has been a very long time since I've gone to school. I am class of 2012. Yeah. Oh boy, I think my back started hurting a little more as I said that. Yeah. That was the youngest in my year too. I don't like talking about that.
Less good.
Yeah, less good Trump. But here's one that's good. Here's one that is good. A new order says that visas can be denied for certain health conditions. By the way, any way you can deny visas, I'm on board with that. The health conditions can include obesity, diabetes, mental health. The feminist trifecta. My verdict here is good Trump. That's good Trump. That one's pretty base. Good for him.
You can only come into the country if you are at least a 6 with no makeup.
We don't have a good Trump? Come on.
Thank you very much. There you go.
That works.
Thank you very much.
That works. That's a good thing. Hey, why should we be bringing in anyone who's fat, diabetic, and mentally
unstable?
Well, I don't know about the fat thing, but definitely mentally unstable.
Well, again,
the fat thing seems personal.
I think there's a list of ailments that actually prevents you from being naturalized, because the green card process also requires like a full comprehensive blood work and medical checkup. I actually looked into the coursework listing of MIT, and they have especially earmarked culturally sensitive courses, and you have to take some of them, and they put in the effort to design them to fit every major. I hate it. I'm gonna be without a fucking MBA, aren't I? I'm very conflicted because I really want an executive MBA. I really desire to throw off the shackles of an Edo period Buddhist hell education and actually finish my degree, because that way I could get paid significantly more. But every EMBA program that I look at is just increasingly depressing. I have no idea why you can take philosophy at MIT also as a major. It's whatever.
They're gross. Ew. No, but we'll get to Obamacare. They're a burden on the healthcare system. So you're bringing in people who will be taking advantage of our social
I think
services.
this from the mind state of like, oh, we're not giving healthcare to people who don't live here, right?
Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Here,
we're not giving that. Oh,
you're being logical.
That's where I mess up.
YouTube.
All right, that's the end of that. What else do we have to react to? You know what? We're gonna poke fun at Shogo. But first I need to take a quick piss break. So y'all go use the facilities as well. All right, back to our regularly scheduled programming. So, Shogo. Hopefully, Shogo has very little input. But the video is called "Why You Don't Progress in Budo: Learning Japanese Martial Art," explained by Kobudo Master Seki Sensei. Seki Sensei probably has a good explanation. He seems to be a competent instructor. Whenever I hear Shogo explain something, my automatic response is rejection.
Who improve quickly. There are people who improve quickly in Budo, and others who struggle, right? So, what's the difference between the two? Let's hear
Neuroplasticity and effort is the differential that I've seen.
from Seki Sensei, the 22nd headmaster of Asami Shinryu Hyoho, who has been practicing Budo for over 50 years, since he was only 3 years old.
まずそうね、上達する、人というのはね、素直ですよね。素直じゃないとダメですね。やりづらさの追求、まずこれが最初なんです。人のものを教わるんで、やりづらいはずなんですよ。やりやすく動いた結果正解って場合も当然あるんですけども、それが正解じゃなかった時に、素直に。
I was concerned if I'm cutting off the closed captions.
それに挑戦すると、その動きにね、挑戦するというところ。上達しない人っていうのは自分のやり方っていうのがあるんですよね。あと何らかしら
I can't argue with that. That's actually that's a hurdle a lot of people can't get over themselves. It's rarely an instance you see in like brand new people. Brand new people usually don't have a frame of reference. that they would cling on to. It's usually a problem with people who are stuck in their ways.
の自負がある。俺はできるとか、できるはずだとかっていうね、何らかの自負がある。で、それが上達の邪魔をしている。だからまずやりづらさの追求。免許いただいてからやりやすさの追求。
According to Six Sensei, what's essential for improving in Budo is honesty and humility.
So you fucking hate modern universities. They offend you to your fucking core. You're spending one way or another your fucking money to go there and receive instruction in high-end concepts, but they want to force you to spend some of your valuable time and energy being propagandized and brainwashed in courses you never asked for. You could enrich yourself in any number of ways if they weren't requiring that you waste your time learning ideological slop. You are absolutely correct on that particular regard. Listen, if I'm not sure if that is just an undergrad thing or if something like that, for example, exists in an EMBA course. Because if I'm going for an executive MBA course, that means that I have to like take actual PTO off of work. So I'm gone from my workplace for 2 weeks. I'm wasting PTO, like time. I'm burning what would otherwise be money in my pocket or paid time off in order to participate in this degree. And if you expect me to spend at least like any fraction of that time doing that shit, I'm just not gonna participate. That's what something like at Harvard Business School. Harvard Business School, I don't believe they have like a full-fledged executive MBA. I know that NCIAT does that, but again, European school, not interested. Globus definitely has an EMBA school, EMBA course rather, but again, Japan, not Ivy League. MIT, Warren University, Berkeley, I want to say Stanford also has executive MBA courses. So, but I would confirm that, yeah, if I'm expected to consume and agree with ideological slop as part of my like credited coursework, absolutely the fuck not. I'm not even if I'm not the one paying for the course, I am absolutely not not participating in that. Less here in executive education. I would assume so, because people taking executive education are usually like fully formed adults. They are less tolerant of having their time wasted. Owner, President, Management Advancement Program, General Management Program, Program for Leadership Development. That sounds about right. That does sound like executive MBA programs.
At first, everyone struggles to master techniques. The important thing is whether you can honestly accept your current limitations and sincerely practice exactly as your sensei instructs. If you try to hide your weaknesses or convince yourself that you've already mastered something you haven't, that kind of arrogance will only block your progress. This tends to happen especially to people who have already achieved something in another field or reached a certain level in a different yuha. In this video, we'll listen to Six Sensei's thoughts and experiences as he talks about what kind of people are able to improve smoothly in Budo. For anyone practicing Budo, this will be a truly valuable lesson, so please watch until the end.
I really don't appreciate the Seki fluff.
By the way,
not the Seki fluff, excuse me, the Shogo fluff.
The tickets to the 3-day training camp held in Japan by Six Sensei and Last Ask Shogo are now on sale. Please visit our official online shop for more information. If you can't accept what your sensei says with an open heart, you'll never improve in Budo. That's why there's an old saying that's been passed down since long ago.
で、そういうものだからこそ3年かけて漁師を探せというわけです。だって、言うこと聞きたくない人のところになんで来てんだって話なの。何しに来てんだって義務教育じゃないよって話。
If you don't want to listen to your sensei, there's no way you'll improve under them. So first,
I'd say it's a two-way street. It's important to vet your instructors, and if for some reason whatever instruction you're receiving is maybe through the lens of your pre-existing experience, just not tracking. Like if you I don't know, enroll in a combative school and you're being taught obvious like no touch knockout bullshito, you just probably really shouldn't stay because there's nothing of value that you can receive. And conversely, if you are just going to be an ass and you're just not going to be receptive of like the teaching that you're receiving, like if, for example, I went into my judo practice being a fucking know-it-all, I would just fail to learn new things and I would fail to progress. Like you have come to a novel practice, and again, I'm just better at doing that because I've had a lot of practice of starting from scratch. Like I come from a full contact karate background. I started Iaido from scratch. I relearned up to black belt level, and then started jujitsu from scratch. I worked through the frustration of jujitsu. Realistically, with that background, learning the new things and onboarding the new things in judo is actually less frustrating to me than starting jujitsu was. Because I understand a lot of the interaction, I understand a lot of the curriculum, and if I need to adjust my execution for a specific piece of the curriculum, then so be it. If I'm not able to adjust my execution if I'm not able to be flexible while receiving the curriculum, that is actually my deficit, is how I look at these things. If I'm not able to perform, I don't know, fucking haraigoshi the way that I'm being instructed right now, then that's a skill issue. Once I have worked with that movement and once I have analyzed and internalized that movement, if I see a space where I can improve upon that, then I will make that technique my own. Like I have certain disagreements with the way techniques are performed, like where I'm currently learning judo. But when asked to do, for example, osotogari, like the way I was taught to do osotogari is just very, very different from the judo osotogari, the major outer reap. But while I am doing judo, I will do the judo osotogari, and I will have my old style osotogari, which is actually yama oroshi, but that's besides the point. I will keep that chambered. That's a different motor skill that I have, and I will apply either on demand, or I will at least, I will aspire to be able to apply either interchangeably as a result of my training.
Take time to carefully choose a teacher you can truly trust and respect. And once you've decided, I want to learn from this sensei, you must always keep the humility to follow what you're told. Budo isn't compulsory education. No one is forcing you to practice. If you can't do what your sensei tells you, you'll only disturb others. So it's better to find another ryuha or dojo right away. Being honest means not forcing your ego or keeping yourself disciplined. But even Sensei himself was once told by his sensei that he wasn't doing that.
だから私にも経験があって、私の場合は我を通してるつもりはないんだけども、やっぱ先代の尾崎先生にね3年ぐらい言われてたのね、入門して。違うよって。関さんあんたがうまいのは分かったけどさって。そういうことじゃねえんだよっていう。つまり浅山一伝流の何たるかではないってことだよね。そうそうそうそうそうそうそう。
Sensei started practicing Asayama Jitenryu Hyoho when he was 23. Before that, he had practiced ZNKR Iaido from the age of 9. Even though he didn't intend to, the 21st headmaster kept telling him for 3 years straight.
Well, yeah, because you default to the patterns that you are most practiced in, because your neural pathways are the strongest in replicating those movements.
Straight. You're not doing Asayama Jitenryu yet. Without realizing it, he was performing the movements as if it were ZNKR Iaido. Even someone as sincere as Sensei took 3 years to adapt to a different ryuha. That means someone arrogant and lacking humility would need much, much longer. Those who try to study one more ryuha should especially keep this in mind as they train.
全日本の強化訓練の場所に行って、浅山一伝流ではこうって言ったとしょうがないんだよそれ。
そうですね。
しょうがない。逆に一伝流に行ってそれ言ったってしょうがない。で、究極的にはどっちかやめろって話なんでね。
음.
うん。 음. うん。 음. うん。 음. うん。 음. うん。 음. うん。 음. うん。 음. うん。 음. うん。 음. うん。 음. うん。 음. うん。 음. うん。 음. うん。 음. うん。 음.
うん。そうですね。 それが嫌なら。
でそれを両方通すってことは、双方ちゃんとやるっていうことなんで。
That's an issue of conflicting base principles. To a certain extent, I will agree. It's inadvisable to try to learn both things at the same time. It is possible at a certain degree of mastery to learn one thing while you are maintaining your the other skill set. For example, I'm most actively currently training judo. I still try to keep abreast of both my old jiu-jitsu curriculum and of my karate style striking.
そうですね。
それでいる以上はね。
はい。
そういうこと。ただのわがままでしかなくなる。
そうですよね。自分が2つやってるって言いたいみたいな。
Continuing in multiple ryuha should never be just a matter of personal selfishness. You must show respect to each, and when you enter one dojo, follow that dojo's way sincerely. There were once students who failed to do this and ended up angering Sensei.
一度だけ経験があるね。木刀投げつけたっていう。半年我慢しましたね。
半年も。
半年我慢してね。ここに来てね、なんかね、関係ないことする2人組がいたのよ。
2人もしかも。はい。
そう、関係ないことする。でね、ほっとくと1時間でもやってるんだよ。そう。
何しに来たんですか。
で、それは何って聞くとね、嫌味が通じないのね。それは何って聞いてる時点で嫌味なんだけど、真面目に答えるんだよね。なんとか先生のなんとか理論だとかって。で、そろそろうちの稽古しようかって私が言わない限りずっとやってる。で、最終的には思わず本当にね、私がいつも座ってるところから木刀投げつけました。来るなって出てけって。
That's actually okay. That is that is a very Japanese stick up your ass to have, and a lot of instructors are like that. I don't entirely agree. I don't entirely agree with that mindset. Again, I've known senseis who do that. I've studied under senseis who do that. In my experience, people who are like there is a time and a place. Learning is broken into cycles. The cycles are shu, ha, and ri. Replicate, break, and separate. You need to actually learn the thing that you're doing in class. Deliberately spiraling off is adversarial and rude, but there are better ways of dealing with that. Bringing novel ideas to a practice is good. You just can't do that off the beat as a new entrant. Like if you're coming in as a student, you need to actually get with the program. You need to get deep enough into understanding what you're trying to learn. And as an advanced student, you should be encouraged to look for external influences and external teaching materials. So it's kind of a two-way street. It's kind of fucking dumb to go to a dojo to practice something external to the dojo. It's also kind of unbecoming to throw a fit, just like an outwardly emotional bitch fit about it. You're not advising that I do that, but for the purpose of information, you have both the course curriculum PDF link and the extracurricular list. The whole thing is like a year of salary for me, so it's just an example. You can put that in the Discord. Yeah, I'd like to take a look at what you have there. Realistically, again, the only reason I would be looking to pursue an MBA is because it just lets you ask for a bigger salary off the rip. That's all it is. It doubles your salary expectation. It makes you a shoo-in for certain managerial positions. I don't expect to benefit significantly because I've seen other master's programs curriculums. It's not very different from just your undergraduate business school stuff.
分かんないんだもん、いい大人が。それがどんだけ失礼かってこと。
Those two students kept talking about another sensei's techniques all the time, even though they weren't actually studying from that teacher's ryuha. At that point, you can't help but wonder, why did they even come to Sensei's dojo? So please, wherever you train, be careful not to do something so disrespectful like this. People who lack humility or act rudely usually have one thing in common. They worry too much about how others see them. But Sensei says that's a distorted way to face training.
武道の稽古ってのは相対ですよね。相手がいて、こうやったああやったってでうまくいったいかないっていう話、相対です。だけど続けていくっていうことに関しては絶対じゃなきゃいけないんです。つまり誰ちゃんより俺の方がっていう第三者を対象にして、俺のがうまいとか、そうじゃないとかってことをそこに置くから、嫌になっちゃうんです。で稽古も歪んでいくんですよそれ。
Whether your training goes smoothly or not depends on who you're practicing with, so that's a relative matter. However, your will to continue training must be absolute. In other words, if you decide whether to keep going or quit based on comparing yourself to others, you're twisting the true purpose of practice. Speaking of relative and absolute things, examinations are another good example. In Asame Shinryu, promotion exams for Dan ranks are absolute, while ranks like Dein and Menkyo are relative, says Sensei. Those who truly want to train in Asame Shinryu must understand this difference.
段位はその人の習熟度に合わせて、で試験を行って合格不合格ってこれはね感情論入れないでその場の出来でやるべきだと私は思ってる。
Well, yeah, DEN ranks are basically your compliance with curriculum requirements.
でも伝位だとかね免許だとかってことは話別なんで、これに関してはだからもう先代から言われていることは10年その人見なさいって言われてるから、最低10年見なさいって。
Well, I guess I kind of agree with that because Menkyo Kaiden is granting Menkyo Kaiden makes someone a full-fledged representative of the school, and you really want to limit that.
10年見なければその人は分からんって。10年間も。じゃないとね失敗するって。
In Asame Shinryu, there are two systems of ranking, in person and online. And when it comes to Dan ranks, the result, pass or fail, is decided strictly by performance on that day, without emotion. In other words, it's judged fairly and objectively. On the other hand, Dein and Menkyo are decided relatively. Dein, meaning the rank of transmission, represents a teacher's position within the ryuha. A teacher must not only have technical skill, but also good character and dignity, because they represent the ryuha, serve as role models for other students, and it must never bring shame to the school. That means even someone who reaches the highest down rank might still never receive any Dein. So what kind of person would never receive Dein, no matter how much they train?
分かりやすいところで言えば稽古中に、間違って叩いちゃったとか、起きるじゃないですか、その時に「あごめんなさい」って自然に出る人と、瞬間的に「ふっ」って口元がほころぶ人とあるんで、後者にはそうでんしちゃいけないって、性質が悪いって、乱好む人だって。だから古武道は危ない技を伝えてるんだから伝える先を選びなさいと。だから人間形成じゃなく人を選ぶんだってな。
I'd say those are not crystallized characteristics of a person. Usually you will grow out of having that asshole-ish attitude. You just need to get that poison out of your system. Usually it is a product of youth.
Someone who, when they accidentally hurt another person during training, feels proud and thinks, I'm stronger. That kind of person must never be given Dein, says Sensei. Many modern Budo styles
Why is Shoga repeating the same thing we've just heard?
I'll say that Budo training is a way to build character. That's a wonderful purpose. But that idea only applies to modern Budo, refined and made safe for people today. Ancient Kobudo styles like Asame Shinryu Hyoho have preserved the techniques exactly as they were in the age of the samurai, when people risked their lives in real combat. That means these techniques are extremely dangerous, and they cannot be passed on to someone whose heart isn't right. Sensei was told by the 21st headmaster, it takes at least 10 years to judge whether a person's heart is true. That's how cautious the transmission of Kobudo must be. To all members of Asemi Shinryu, Sensei is always watching to see whether you're truly worthy of inheriting this art.
で特に私の道場ね、ここはこの空間は、私子供の頃からいる空間なんですよ。だからこの空間であればね、私はどこで誰が何会話してるか全部聞こえてますから、反応しないだけで。そうそうそうそうそう。だそういうふうに人を見てます。そう。
Even if your Dan rank rises, you might not receive a teaching title or license. When that happens, don't get angry at the Ryuha or your sensei. Instead, reflect on your own behavior and attitude. If you can find your own weaknesses and work to fix them, only then you'll be worthy of receiving Dain. So then, how can you help Sensei get to know you better? By asking for a check during lessons. In our online lessons, you can type check in the chat or
online lessons are a fucking non-starter. This is actual snake oil. I hate this so much. I'm sorry, this is not real. I understand that, you know, schools are trying to keep up with the modern times, get more virality, but no, absolutely the fuck not. Remote instruction is just an absolute no-no beyond like very, very basic things. Or less tangible things like attitudes, like it's just not feasible.
Practicing kata, and Sensei will review and correct your technique. If you don't ask for a check, Sensei says he can't tell what your intentions are.
でね、つもりが分かんないっていうのはでもね、あんまりいいことじゃないんだよね。これはね、先代が私に。
I was about to say that I would be interested in trying to learn from Seki Sensei. Would be interesting to receive his instruction. It is hard for me to take someone seriously if they give out advanced degrees over Skype.
に言ってたんだけども、関さんやと、俺はあんたがすることがあんたがするより先に分かるって。関さん、あんたも俺がしそうなことは俺がするより先に分かるだろって。これはお互いのつもりが分かる。俺とあなたのお付き合いに裏表なく明け透けである証拠であると。これ送電する相手として大切なことなんです。何を考えてるか分からんものに技術だけで流儀送電するものはおらんですよ、関さんってね。
Let's divert into a tangent a little bit. I'm going to look at what Notary posted here. So I believe I've seen this document. Can't really see someone from a single view, one camera, unless you have the most expensive setup known to man with incredible zoom. Even then, sometimes you need to demonstrate concepts of tactile mechanisms. Exactly. Direct transmission does not work over modern telecommunications. All right, world-class learning experience. I need to zoom in because, let's see, well, advanced management programs, modules. Okay, senior executive. India, Middle East. Those are different time zones. Oh, so they do remote learning now. That's actually very cool. Advanced management, general management, leadership immersion. I probably need program for leadership development in my current role. Program fee 50 grand. Virtual Life Online. We like that. HBS Campus. March 8th through 20th. That's what, roughly 2 weeks? That's doable. Again, virtual, and then a summer course. Wait, is the whole course, do I need to take both modules for this, or is it just different floats? This is December through June of next year. So that's like half a year. The next one is July 26th through January. Usually MBA programs are I would assume that's the whole thing. The general management. I wonder why the general management program is more expensive. Oh no, module 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're not repeating. So you're only doing one of these. Module 5. Okay, so there's another module in between. Oh, it's an optional. Okay, interesting. I mean, may as well get your money's worth. Advanced management program, intensive deep dives, accelerate your leadership development through multifaceted learning, experience, comprehensive leadership curriculum, personalized coaching, individual projects to your unique business challenge. I do like the price tag. I realistically really don't want to pay out of pocket for an MBA. Like, if possible, I would like to offset that cost and just pass it on to my employer for a promise that I won't leave for like the next 5 to 7 years. Senior executive leadership. Okay, these are just remote programs. Topic focused audit committees, a new era of governance. Okay. Compensation committees. Interesting. Oh, that's board governance. Okay. Making corporate boards move more effectively. That's probably a little bit out of scope for me. Turn corporate boards, 2-session, digital transformation. Those would be interesting courses to actually pick up. I would like to dip my toe into one of these. Probably virtual course preferred. Or the digital transformation certificate, corporate director certificate. Is there a breakdown of the certifications you get? I would prefer ones that give access to your alumni networks. I would prioritize those. Not only when you're dealing with Harvard. Harvard arguably has the strongest alumni network realistically, from what I've seen, because I've interfaced with a lot of Harvard alumni there. Outside of a few rotten apples, I have to admit that most Harvard alumni are just standout Unicum people. Finance for senior executives. Okay. General management. Customer experience, managing innovation. I don't see commie gobbledygook. The only one that stood out to me is women in boards succeeding in corporate directors. It seems to be an optional course. Launching new ventures, disruptive innovation. It's an interesting course. Managing innovation, transform. Like these are all high concept shit. I have soured on some of these concepts. Anything that has to do with it, once you get into the subject of innovation, gets a little bit pie in the sky, like a lot less applicable experience and information. Advancing Women of Color in Leadership, optional course. Agribusiness seminar, ascending to the peak finding. Leaders within virtual seems a little like it gives off kind of what's that motivationally, it gives kind of like helpful self-talk vibes, but I guess it's not bad. Developing yourself as a leader, a potential leadership program, leadership senior executives, leadership and building culture, leading change in organizational renewal, leading global businesses, leading digital era, and managing turbulence. These are, I'm liking the curriculum. I'm seeing very little commie gobbledygook, and I'm not seeing anything in what I would assume is core curriculum. Creating brand value. The experience. I know what the experience is. Interesting. So how do we build a course exactly? So do we just pick a course and we fill it with like 4 modules, I guess? This is specifically leadership immersion. So can I take these piecemeal? Topic focused programs. Okay, and then they're priced individually. So I can just take a specific course, and once I have enough courses in a specific certification, I would receive a certification management certificate of management excellence. There are questions that go through student resources. I get okay. What the fuck was that sound? Oh, that's step 1, request statement of intent. Step 2, choose a program. Yeah, it's probably a phone call or some kind of face-to-face interview. I do have people I can ask for references. I actually have a lot of people I can ask for references. Benefits of working in venture capital, I guess. You end up rubbing shoulders with a lot of people who are Ivy League alumni. Okay, so you can select a leadership program, and they have strategy programs, elective programs. So you complete a course. What is Certificate of Management Excellence? Flexible, functional, customizable. The Certificate of Management Excellence enables you on leadership skills, earning respect credentials from Harvard Business Schools. To earn a certificate, you must complete 3 of the eligible programs, 1 on each topic area, within 36 months from your date of first qualifying program. Upon successful completion of all 3 programs, you'll be awarded a Certificate of Management Excellence. So it's not an MBA. That's important. 2 qualifying from benefits certificate of management. Do I get alumni status? Certificate of Management Excellence does not grant HBS alumni status. Well, then I don't want it. A complimentary 1-year digital subscription to Harvard Business Review. Okay. A magazine I can just buy and print. Update on timely faculty research. Thought-provoking bullshit. Once you have successfully completed all 3 programs, you will receive Certificate of Management Excellence, regular invitations, Harvard Business School reviews, live webinars. Okay, it's actually worthless. Elective curriculum, course description by unit, anatomy of, interesting. Business, so this is actual subjects, elective curriculums by unit, accounting and management. Business analysis changing the world, life choices of influential leaders. That smells. Corporate governance and board of directors. It's good to learn the tactics of your enemies. Strategy execution, system scaling ventures, transforming healthcare delivery. Less invested. Business and geopolitics. Entrepreneurial management. I like the coursework. Like they're of the Harvard courses that I've consumed, and I've consumed a number of them through both visiting professors and just having some opportunities at their events. There's only been one, like the only one I didn't like was a marketing course. That one was a little weak, but that's like one of maybe, how many did I have a chance to consume? I think I've experienced like a total of 5 different Harvard courses from like actual Harvard professors. One was bad. One was very no bueno, and the instructor was very obviously a diversity hire. Program schedule. 4 flagship programs: fast track your leadership growth, deepen understanding critical trends. I want to see if I go through the leadership immersion course, does that actually give any kind of sort of diploma adjacent thing? Executive coaching, leadership case, personalized guidance. Key topics, program format, who should attend. Specialists and star contributors have identified as outstanding prospects for bigger leadership roles. Oh, that's me. High potential talent and roles that cover scope. Okay. Practical stories, don't care. Teaching team. Accommodations, dining, fitness. I know what the campus is like. Admissions. I have other questions. 56,000. That actually, I can see myself making that case to the boss. Fuck it, I might actually be able to just finance that myself. But I would prefer to leverage company money and then turn that into job security. I want to see pathway to alumni status. Okay. The accelerated alternative to an executive MBA, completing the 4 core modules of a PLD puts you on the path to becoming an HBS executive program alumnus, gaining executive access to our vast. See, now this is where the real shit is at. To become a lifetime member of the HBS alumni community, participants who have completed the program for leadership development must earn 10 PLDA points with additional programming. Okay, let's see. Earning alumni status. Okay, we're on to something here. If you have completed complete PLDA module 5, okay, that's the optional one to earn 10 program leadership alumni point. How many do we need in total again? Probably not remembering that disqualifies me. Oh, wait, that's it? I just need to take the optional module? Really? Huh. Managing health. Why the fuck do I... Okay. I guess that's everything that gives you like that additional stuff. So I could... I either take the entire optional module. Okay. Is that more money? Or is that just... That is more money. That's 30 grand. For full alumni status, though, for full alumni status, I would actually fuck with this. 7 weeks of part-time self-paced learning, 2 weeks of HBS campus. Can I see curriculum? Okay. So I either take the optional module, or I stack points from other pieces. So I can just stack a bunch of courses, and as long as I end up with like a total of 10 points that I get my full alumni status, and I never have to do math. that's I just don't want to. I don't want to fuck with GMAT. I could just combine several courses that I like. I would like the optional, like the best value for money, I think, is taking the optional module. However, managing turbulence is cool. Not sure why Africa just gets 10 points, but okay. Managing turbulence is cool. Aligning strategy and sales, authentic leader development, changing the game, negotiating, competitive decision making. It's also kind of sexy. I would probably want to draw from one of these, actually. Finance for senior executives, growing as an enterprise leader, high potential leadership program. Strategy, building, sustaining competitive advantage. Deal making in the long term, marketing and driving growth. I like that. M&A, valuable in my line of work. Okay, I'm gonna do a big thing. Thank you for finding this, Notary, because it's been a while since I've looked into it. I could partially self-finance this if I really felt like it. All right. Oh boy, we're on 5 hours today. It's actually getting kind of late. Oh, let's watch this absolute national treasure of a man make wagashi. I'm sorry, we cannot pass this up. This is such a I've not pre-watched this. I can just tell this is the biggest white pill of the day. Has his 3 grandsons participate in the family business. Let's fucking go. Call student resources, ask your boss if they can fund the self-improvement. They can. They can. It's just an issue of what they'll ask of me for it. How are you always defaulting to being a life coach? Listen, I can't be everyone's Onii-san all of the time. Admittedly, you did catch me halfway on exploring these very same programs. It was an accident this time. So full transparency, I've had that conversation with the big pitmaster, and that conversation was derailed by external circumstances. I'm actually going to meet the big man pretty soon in person, so I'm probably, the last time I checked, these courses were significantly more expensive. It looks like someone is really feeling the squeeze. I think that Claudine Gay has done some serious damage to the institution's reputation, and they're really curbing their enthusiasm, so to speak. But yeah, thank you for turning me back onto this, Notary. I was kind of blackpilling about the prospect of an MBA, and I haven't checked on the prices recently. So that's probably something that I'd look into, especially now that the cost is way more manageable. What are they making? Looks squishy? I don't know. I don't know. I've not seen that. It looks like manju that's just freshly baked. Let's see.
もう開けてくれても甘いもん。まあ俺ぐらい甘いもう好きな人少ねえよね。
Oh, look at that yokan. Midarashi dango.
耳が遠くなるし目が悪くなるしね。自分で好きで入った道なんだからやったことはないですよね。でもね、まさかここまでできるとは思っていなかったしね。
First generation owner, so he founded the store and the shop, and just look at the pristine condition of the facilities. Ah, catfish manju was the thing that we saw. So manju, Notary, it is a smooth red bean core that is enveloped in usually an enriched wheat skin. I hear it's just as good if you make it with your feet. Man plays a horse game for less than a year, and he's already talking about feet in chat. The pipeline is real. So he's mixing the flour into the soy sauce base, I'm assuming. Yeah, soy sauce is used as a starter for a lot of the flavors, because you can heat treat and offset the sort of the savory part of it with sugar, and it actually brings out the flavor of your sweets significantly more. That way you don't have to rely on a shit ton of sugar for the sweet to be very flavorful. You'll actually find that in a lot of recipes. For example, midarashi dango is a very strong example of that. The sticky sort of glazy sauce that you have on the midarashi dango is a soy sauce and cooking wine base It has a little bit of sugar added into it, and then it's what's the word I'm looking for? Like it's basically caramelized, and then it's used to coat like the effectively flavorless dango, but it comes out as like very, very sweet yet a little bit savory.
Maganda na sumarain eh.
Working the hot dough. Also curious how much time some of these creations originally took to figure out. I'm not sure, because a lot of these recipes are fairly old. To be fair, a lot of these recipes were only modernized in recent years. Like, for example, manju wasn't really readily available until the Meiji Restoration, just because you just did not have that culture of cultivating wheat. You also didn't really have access to sugar a lot of the time. So old style red bean paste was not as sweet. You would just rely on the natural sweetness of the red beans. Yeah, the catfish design is unique. I've never seen a catfish manju.
焼き芋していくの。あんまり私はかっこよくないんですよ。考えたのは私考えたんですけどね。商工会で誰かおまんじゅうか何か作ってくれよって言って頼まれてね。30年、25年ぐらいかな。
You can't really appreciate the precision of his work until you've tried rolling wagashi. I sometimes, when I get the bug, I'll dabble in making traditional sweets. I have access to an Asian store nearby, so I can buy the glutinous rice flour and the red bean paste. I used to really enjoy making daifuku. Maybe for something, for like a sub push, I can fuck around with doing that again. But you really don't appreciate the precision of these people until you try making one yourself, and you fuck it up so royally. You then become faced with the crushing realization of your own incompetence while trying to execute something so seemingly simple. The entire prefecture is going to weep when this man dies. Yeah. Well, to the extent that it's, permissible under Buddhist canon, but yes. He's very obviously a pillar of the community. Fortunately, he's left behind progeny to carry on his work. Interesting. So the shop will skip a generation. Basically, the grandson has been inculcated into the family business, formerly trained in a culinary school, then in a traditional sweet shop, and then he's back home continuing the legacy. I think one of the greater betrayal of boomers is leaving Zoomers without a trade to pick up. Like you look at every Gen X film, like every sort of reflexive look at reality, like oh, but I want to rebel against the continuing tradition, and the boomers were very much the same as well. Meanwhile, we have Gen X, just Gen Z and millennials just completely fucking lost. You tell a Gen Z kid or a millennial even, hey, like you don't need to stress out about having a place to work. All you have to do is just learn the thing that our family has been doing for the last 100 years. You don't need UBI at that point. You're set. Like, you have a purpose that you can opt in to pursue. You don't have to stress over your emails being ignored by the fucking HR whore. All you have to do is just accept the legacy of your ancestors and keep carrying it on. Imagine the comfort that is inherent in that. The greatest lie of Marxism is that tradition is worthless. Yes, and that lie is constructed because continuity of legacy is their greatest enemy. You being able to pass on a legacy is the core of all evil for Marxism. These people want you broke, dead, and your children raped, and they think it's funny.
修行行くってなって僕自分4年しか行ってないんですけど
4年しか行ってない but he's only trained for 4 years.
一日でも早く一緒にちょっと仕事したいなと思ってたんで4年で修行を
What a good lad.
終えて帰ってきたような感じですね
Ah, steamed manju. God, this is so good. Yeah, exactly. Like he just went, he learned he didn't just go and learn a trade. He didn't just, he had a mission statement of, I am going to participate in my family's legacy, like the tangible legacy that has been left for me by my grandfather to pick up. He trained to be a worthy successor. Culinary school is effectively university. It is still a university that teaches you a trade. It gives you like a formal certificate. Like, these things are a lot more equal in Japanese society. Trade school, culinary school is not looked down on compared to, for example, law school. It's cool to be bengoshi. It's cool to be like in that academic field. It's cool to be a doctor. But it's also cool to have like a formal education and a traditional craft. Like, you are still seen as an educated person. That's the 250 yen. That's what, like $1.50? Oh no, I am going to crash out. Castella. The first time I've tried Castella, I think that was in Japan, and that was just life-shattering for me. I was, they have figured this out. They've cracked the code. Like, up to that point, sponge cake was just like it's cake. I don't really like sweets that much. I was always more of a meat eater. Then I tried Castella, and holy shit, like I was probably on the verge of just shooting fucking rainbow colored rope. Okay, let's see that. Oh, a mechanical mixer, okay.
水飴と蜂蜜が入ってます。
I mean, outside of the initial mixing, the boy seems to be mostly handling the technological process on his own. Boy, we need to finish playing God of War at some point. Look at that, just monolithic piece of delicious. I can tell its exact texture. Half a pound, so a full honey castella, 750 yen? Holy shit. Okay, rice, sushi vinegar, okay, what is it going to be? It seems worth to take a trip to Saitama. The beauty of it is, no, Terry, like, again, I have tremendous respect for this man and for his grandson who's inheriting the business. The beauty of Japanese culture is in its consistency and replicability. I don't need to go to Saitama to experience this. I could go to a wagashi shop in the middle of Kyoto and enjoy all of the same things. It's going to be run by a no less storied family, and it's still going to be great. A visit to this particular place, if you're in Saitama in particular, probably worth it, but not necessary. That's what I like about Japanese systems of learning. They are very good at preserving and transmitting knowledge because they have a very structured approach to cataloging every action, understanding the reason behind it, and then passing it on to a following generation. Is each place going to have its own twist on things? Abso-fucking-lutely. But at the same time, there's still consistency, there's replicability. Oh, Friday Nighty, okay. Okay, let's see what it's going to be. Oh, I think I know what he's making. He's making a reverse Inari roll. No, just straight up Inari? Okay, your terms are acceptable. If you want an example, if I want an example for a mission statement, you think you know what you would do for a Japanese vacation? Listen, all you have to do is ask. I can give you an itemized list of things to do on a trip of any duration. You forget that, listen, I may be a very Texas-coded Oni, but I am first and foremost a Japanese yokai. I know my power spots, and I know how to have fun there. Let me read through that, and I'll give you my immediate feedback. You'd plan to spend the month of November there, bounce between Kyoto and Tokyo to see great end-of-year horse races every Friday. Fucking horses. No, Terry, okay. Point number one. Unless you are specifically attracted to the horses is a bad way of putting it, but if you're particularly attached to the horse races, yes, you will have to follow the calendar of the horse races. However, I would advise to do the following. First of all, November, as it stands currently, with the visa waiver program, is a bad time of year to go to Japan. It's when all of the basic bitch normies go to Japan. November is when Japan is just officially uncool. because everyone and their mother wants to go to Japan because the maples are red and it's less hot in the summer. That means you're paying at least double for hotels. That means that there's going to be a shit ton of people everywhere. And it's also going to be very low quality people. Think like Mizkiff time 1,000. Second of all, going back and forth between Tokyo and Kyoto is a 2.5-hour ride via bullet train. You are losing a shit ton of time in transit. You're also wasting a lot of money on tickets. I'll remind you, a one-way ticket on a Shinkansen is $100. And you're also splitting your accommodations in between two places. What I would advise, again, I don't know the horse racing calendar, so permit me to interject in that. I think horse racing is horse racing everywhere. So I'm gonna minimize that. I would advise. Never said it'd be cheap. This is a high ideal, silly. I think it's it's so silly that it's actually it's starting to border on very, very impractical. You're just also like even if money is no concern, you're losing a lot of time to being in transit. What I would advise to do is, first of all, not November. Just absolutely the fuck not. Your best time to go is right at the end of Golden Week. Because that is when your hotels just completely, your hotel costs drop off the cliff completely. Everyone's spring break is fucking over, and Japan gets unpleasantly hot for like the median European. It's actually very tolerable. It's less hot than Texas, for example. It's just a little bit more humid. So I would advise like late May as an optimal point in the calendar year to go. Anywhere between late May and all the way up to like the third week of September. This is your ideal window to go to Japan. Then Tokyo, unless you have specific things that you want to do in Tokyo, I would advise to minimize your presence in Tokyo. Go to Akihabara, shop the second-hand figurines, do whatever the fuck specific thing you want. Visit the Imperial Palace if it's open on that particular day. There's really not a lot other than, or at least maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm ignorant and I don't know a lot of interesting things to do in Tokyo. But I would say generally, you don't want to spend more than 3 to 4 days in Tokyo. Ideally, you want to leave that for the tail end of your commute, of your journey, because you probably are going to fly in and out of Haneda. So you line up the last 4 days of your trip to be in Tokyo. You finish your last minute shopping there, so you don't have to lug it around intercity. And then you don't have to stress over like the actual how do you get to the airport in time. You're just flying in and out of Haneda, so you're already in Tokyo. You spend your last 4 days in Tokyo, and like the morning of the 5th day, you fly the fuck off through Haneda. Up to that point, I would advise to maximize your time in any city that is not Tokyo. There's a 5-day gap between every weekend, so you don't have to stay in Tokyo. But you're still going to fly out of Tokyo. And again, you like how many horse races are you planning to see, my guy? Like if the only thing that you want to see in Japan is horse racing, like I'm actually going to lose respect for you. There is so much more to do, and it's not just limited to my highfalutin temple hopping. There's just experientially so much more to do. You are missing out on just so much. I would say leave Tokyo to like the very tail end. For example, you can move to Tokyo on a Friday, have the Friday, rather fine, on a Thursday. You move to Tokyo at the tail end of the trip on a Thursday. You go Friday, Saturday, Sunday horse races. Monday you leave for like last minute shopping. Tuesday you go back. But everything else, I would advise to spend in other places, depending on the amount of time you have. If you only have 1 week, you spend the entire 1 week in Kyoto. If you have 2 weeks, you can split Kyoto between some other major destination. For example, you can go week of Kyoto and surroundings, or you know what, realistically, I can fill a 2 week itinerary with just Kyoto if I need to. But for example, say 1 week is Kyoto, the other week, let's say Kobe, to look at like the European enclaves, to sort of the contrast, the architecture, or if we want to go like hardcore, deep, core Japan experience, we go all the way to Aizu Wakamatsu, and then for the tail end of it, we hit Tokyo, and then we indulge in the degeneracy of watching horse races. Like, I guarantee you will have a significantly much more cash money time that way. I've never tried sort of an inverted inari roll. That actually looks very cool.
とりあえずこんなような感じで私が始めたのはこれとこれとそれからお団子とかちょっとしたね品物でお店始めた。でそのままずっとねみんなねもういいんじゃねってお菓子屋でこれよそかって言うんだけど、まあ結構ねお客さんついてたんでこれ
Second, let me read through that. It's good to have a framework. The Autumn Tennosho, so the Imperial Cup, I guess, is Sunday in Tokyo. Nothing for 5 days. Then you can pick if you want to hit anything that weekend. Then 5 days. Then Queen Elizabeth Cup and Sunday in Kyoto. 5 more days. Championship also Kyoto. 5 more days. Japan Cup. Okay, if it's only one trip back and forth, then that makes sense. That gives you like several big flash in the pan events that you're targeting. I guess it gives you an out. Like if you go to 2 shows at the same time, or rather consecutively, like you're probably gonna have your cup full. Like rather than spending every weekend at the stadium, I would kind of I hope that you would acquire an appetite to just go to a third location. Like, the beauty of Kyoto is the fact that you can reach so many... Okay, we're breaking out the map. The map's coming out. The map is coming out. We have officially derailed the stream. Okay. So the problem with Tokyo in particular is that, first of all, it's fucking gigantic. Are there things to do in Tokyo? Probably. I've really not heard any detailed plan as to what to do in Tokyo outside of just getting drunk in bars. Well, there's to go in a full week to spare between doing everything else. Okay, sure, but just hear me out. Why I always so insistently recommend Kyoto. By the way, Nagoya, absolutely fabulous. Like it does not lose out to Tokyo in scale and interesting things to do. You're also closer to Kyoto to go back and forth at least once. It's also significantly cheaper than Tokyo while still being like a major metropolitan city. Osaka is less to my liking. Like I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to say that Osaka is fucking Austin, Japan, and call it at that. It's fucking large, loud, metropolitan. Some dude in, I don't know who he is. He seems like a nice enough guy, but damn, like, but Osaka people are open and genuine. Sure, like if you do not have a sophisticated enough understanding of Japanese communication, I can see how you can get that impression. They are more European in the sense that they are more open, because Osaka has always been a merchant city as opposed to a city driven by nobles. Therefore, there was always less impetus to maintain certain facades, and therefore, there's not a culture for subtlety in Osaka compared to Kyoto, because Kyoto is all about it. Kyoto and Kyoto culture is irradiated by the imperial palace being there and the imperial nobles and sort of the downstream culture that affected the rest of the city, as opposed to Osaka being a city built by merchants for merchants. Everything has to be right the fuck now, like very subject matter of fact. Actually, very, very American now that I think about it. Osaka is probably the most American city there. Going from Austin to Medina for some reason. Yeah, I guess so. So Kyoto, why do I like Kyoto? First of all, I'm gonna gush over, like, there's a shit ton of things to do just in northern Kyoto. You don't even need to go as far down south as Fushimi Inari. You can, uh, even Tambabashi, like there's Tofukuji, I think is Tofukuji, excuse me, is somewhere around this area. I really enjoy everything here. Besides the point, you can fill a full week and you will still have a shit ton of stuff left to do with just Kyoto proper. However, if you get bored, worry not. You can have a day trip out of Kyoto to a novel destination every fucking day, and you will still not run out of shit to do. For example, you take a train, Mount Kurama. That's a full day visit. Trust you me, even if you leave in the morning, you're gonna come home all tuckered out, fully fed with fantastic cuisine, and you'll fall right the fuck asleep at like 10 p.m. Then we go Enryakuji, Mount Hiei. That's another just day-long trip with just that one mountain. You're tired of mountains? Fine. Let's stay closer to the city. We go to Ichijoji. Several temples to hit. Tanuki Fudoin. There's like 20 temples in this entire. You will not cover all of the temples in the area in one day, I guarantee you. There's enough land for those temples in Kyoto to get lost in the forest. Stay on one path. Yeah, basically. Then, okay, that's a little too close. That's still a little bit too Kyoto for you. Sure, we're staying strictly outside of city limits. Fine. We go to Otsu. Otsu has a fantastic tea market. I believe it's near. No, Uji is the other way around. Okay, so Otsu still has a pretty good market. Biwako River. There's a historic maintained castle. Not Biwa River. Fuck. Biwa Lake. Excuse me. Biwa Lake. Very beautiful. Very nice to see. I personally have not been yet. I had to skip out on that particular part of the trip. So, but Biwako, very, very pretty. Takahama is it's like a seaside beach resort town. Also very cool. Easy to get to from Kyoto. A train drive away. Day-long trip, absolutely easy to do. Osaka is probably a city for one day. How big is regular asshole idiot fishing in Japan? Probably not at all. I think to go fishing in Japan, you need to be a step to even think of going fishing in Japan. You need to be already like a full evolutionary step above the common idiot tourist. Or do you mean just regular? What do you mean by regular asshole fishing? Like let's agree on terms before we get deeper into the discussion. But while you do that, Osaka, actually perfectly fine for a single day visit. You go in the morning, you check out the industrial, the metropolitan area, you look at the few temples that have survived there. You go to Dotonbori, you eat yourself full. Try to mostly ignore the fucking Muslims and the Chinese there. You'll have a pretty okay time. Go back on the same day. Next day you go to Nara. Just enjoy the deers. You look at everything there. If you're feeling particularly squirrely, if you think that you're actually fucking better than everyone, which you probably are if you're watching this channel, get pole drop line, get sun, maybe get fish. I would advise against that. I would ask a local if there is what's referred to as tsuriba, a place designated for fishing. That way, you do not disrupt normal operations near a body of water. There's usually probably going to be some kind of infrastructure surrounding that, so you don't need to like go out of your way to look for poles, baits, and whatever else. And there's like everything in Japan, there is a structured and agreed upon way to do everything, including fishing. You'll go in, you'll pay like a poultry fee. I know that there are like designated fishing centers. It's basically like mini golf, but for fishing. Probably near large bodies of water. There's also some kind of infrastructure for that. Easily discoverable with a simple Google search. We're actually going to look. Hold on to that thought once I end tangenting and ask me to look it up. But my next tangent is if you're too cool for Nara, and for if you're too cool for places that have ever ended up on a postcard, I've got you covered. Because if you are a Kuromaru Nissan channel enjoyer, you are probably way too cool for that shit. Which means that when you arrive to Nara, you're actually not going to go out into the city. You are going to catch a taxi, and it will take you to Yagyu Village, the hidden mountain pass that we've actually strolled through a number of times, Yagyu-cho. So, respectable different distance from Nara. The ride is going to cost you a pretty penny. I think we paid something to the effect like $100 in taxi fares. There's a bus that goes out of there, so it's not like you're completely cut off from civilization. But you will not see a European face at all, ever. At least I hope you won't. And there is a lot of very, very cool things to do. So it is like a very well-preserved little mountain hamlet. So hard recommend. Do not attempt to go there without a Japanese speaker with you. You will actually get fucking lost. This is the place where I really felt like the lifeline of our group. Because the people who we were with, we did have a formal ethnographer guide with us, but the guy only spoke standard Japanese. He only spoke Hyojungo, which is like your standard polite Tokyoite Japanese, like your Kanto dialect. And everyone here only speaks the most hick fucking Kansai-ben imaginable. Like this is the Japanese language spoken in Yagyu by the natives would make a college-educated Japanese speaker just fall into a deep, deep coma and die. But that's also your like single day trip. Continuing on, Kobe, also pretty cool for a single day trip. Himeji, also single day trip, reachable by train. And there you go. That's actually your entire fucking week already. You've already run out of days in the week. You still have this much Japan for your next trip. Secondary life goals. Learn how to speak hick Japanese. So it's not even like hick Japanese. It's the hick version of Kansai-ben. So Kansai-ben is, well, specifically Kyoto-ben, is for lack of a better word, a very arcane and I would say atavistic. It is the older version of Japanese language. It retains the most characteristics of pre-modern spoken Japanese. So on top of it already being the Kyoto dialect, the dialect that is festooned in nuance, in your word choice and in your intonations. Then you add the fact that it's an even older subvariant of like it has very, very little holdovers. For example, like the full polite form of desumasu is not really even found in core thick Kansai-ben. Because everything that was ikimasu, shimasu, sort of things of that nature, like the full polite form, becomes ikaharimasu. And if you're not used to hearing that, your fucking brain just stops picking shit up. Because it becomes like a different conjugation of the verb. Now you really want to learn it so you can open your Gaijin the app to some poor Tokyo resident and look at you like you have a mushroom growing out of your head. It's not the effect that you're gonna get. Like the reactions I got when talking to Tokyo guys with my habitual, like, very, very pronounced Kansei-ben, especially if I get a little bit of time under the Kyoto sun, I rediscover that kind of flowy up and down intonation in my speech when I get the proper cadence of breath. All of them fucking invariably go like, "You shacked up with a Kyoto girl, haven't you?" I'm like, no. Sadly, I've not had the opportunity, but thank you for the compliment. That has happened more than once. That has happened more than that's a theory that I've been faced with on more than one occasion. Righty ho. Oh, we have to finish watching the video.
このままやってるだけっていう感じなんですよ。
これ団子の生地になります。上新粉とお湯を混ぜてふかすとお餅みたいな感じになります。
Okay.
耳が遠くなるし目が悪くなるしね。そうです。親子3代でやってる。あまりも好きだね。この道入ったんだから。でも先生に紹介だよね。まさか彦間まで見られるともね思わなかったよね。でももう最近間ね疲れてきてもうダメだね。
That's him being tired. Just imagine the wellspring of power that this man is. I am very fortunate that I do not have sweets in immediate access right now. I am spared from crashing out. Oh, they have a little dongle roller. That is so cool. It's like an automatic thing that just, oh, okay. I wonder how much one of these costs. Like, it can't be that much. It's a fairly simple mechanical contraption. Maintenance is a bitch, but like you can work. If you get your recipes for your flour right, you can run a nifty little business with an excitable population. You set that one down within vicinity of a sufficiently excitable weeaboo population, you're gonna make fucking bank. They're a little toasted. Okay, get both sides, nice. That's the midarashi sauce that I was talking about. Like, it comes off of a soy sauce base. God, that is sinful. You get them freshly grilled. Oh, I'm going to crash out.
うん、これは美味しい。焼きたてはやっぱうまい。柔らかいし、香ばしくて。コーラなんですか？甘いのが好きですよ。
分けてくれても甘いもん。まあ、俺ぐらい甘いもう好きな人少ねえよね。
和菓子の仕事始めたのっていつ頃ですか
？13時か。中学卒業して4日目後、今85だから。70年ちょっとだからね。
Okay, what's it going to be? Alright, white azuki, okay. Green azuki as well. We're mixing two color shades, I wonder why. Okay. Look at that, again, you just, until you've tried doing this, you cannot appreciate just the finesse this young man is displaying with manipulating the dough. This is such a motherfucker to do. Okay, molds. Ah, okay. So it's, I really like these. Oh, the omogashi, okay. I am such a sucker for the shaped mochi.
若楓っていうメーカーです。
若楓。
はい。
250 yen each. God damn, I want to crash out so badly.
Mo yacchatti ii yo. Mo yacchatti ii yo. Yoi dekitara.
Oh. Ah, okay, so it's kuzumochi. I really like kuzumochi. I used to make those a lot. I think it's like arrowroot starch. It was the most readily available component where I lived. It is a type of mochi, because normally, so the difference between kuzumochi and regular mochi usually comes off of a base of glutinous rice, glutinous short grain rice. Kuzumochi in particular is made of arrowroot starch. So it's slightly different in texture. When heated and mixed, it becomes pretty much just as clear as glass. It's, how should I put this? It's less moldable. You can't really roll it into balls. So you would have it set in
自分の下双子なんですよ、
instead.
妹と2歳違いなんですけど、生まれてすぐおじいちゃんおばあちゃん家に預けられて、毎日お風呂入れてもらった。ちっちゃい時は俺が起きるともううちのじいさんとばあさん仕事入ってて、お団子のパック詰めなんかも一緒に手伝ったり。
どんなおじいさんでした？
いや怖かったですよ。はい、怒るとやっぱ。
It's like a resin ornament you can eat. Sort of. Although it's not the ornament, it's like the full thing. Like the full thing is usual. How should I put this? It does have like a resiny texture to it when it sets. My favorite way of making kuzumochi is kuzukiri. When you have like a flat sheet of kuzu, set in a mold. Okay, I'm explaining this ass way forward. So you pour your hot mixed kuzumochi into a flat metal pan, and then you float it on top of boiling water, and then you add a little bit of that water as it's solidified. you then scoop the hot boiling water into the pan until the starch seizes up completely. Then you let it cool down and set. And then you extract like the flat sheet of kuzu, and you cut it into like a flat noodle, and you immerse that into like a little bit of ice waters to keep it separated. And then you mix. Usually, you'd want like cane sugar with a little bit of just unrefined sugar and a little bit of refined sugar. You mix the three sugars into like a dark, gooey syrup. And then when you serve that, you catch the flat kuzu noodles out of the water, and then you dip them into the sugar syrup, and then you eat that. That's just, it's so great, especially in the middle of summer.
やっぱりあんまり怒る人じゃないですけど、曲がったことが嫌いな人なんで。結構おじいさん過ごす時間が長かったんです。長かったですね。母親よりも長いと思いますね。
Yes, I'd say it's kind of ribbon candy. It has a very pronounced cooling effect because it sort of comes from like an actual bowl of iced water. Ah, okay. So they fish it out of the molds. Okay, so it's like chakin mochi. I see. I would do unspeakable things to have some. No, so sometimes the leaves are edible. In the case of sakura mochi, which is a seasonal treat that is only served in like the window between I'm going to say early March and early May, then it's an actual pickled young sakura leaf. In that case, the leaf is edible. In this case, it's just a plastic leaf that's not edible. Oh, Mizu Yokan. The food rules vary, Notary. You sometimes the leaf is edible, sometimes, for example, in the case of kashiwa mochi, the leaf is not edible. It's an oak leaf. You're not supposed to eat that. Sakura mochi is probably the exception. And in most other cases, the leaf is not going to be edible. I need to add some yokon to my throne. No one buys anything off of it anyway, but I like to have it there. Measure out the sugar, okay. Some agar powder. Yokon is probably one of the more accessible sweets to make outside of Japan. Okay, so he sieves it to make sure that it's like very, very smooth. I see. Alright, sadly, I have to blue ball you. I'm gonna prepare a raid in the background just because I have work in the morning, and we have gone very, very much over time. So we're gonna raid into Burial. It's been a while since we had a chance to say hi. We usually don't overlap in timing, but Burial is a good friend. So we're gonna stop by to say hi. Oh, look at how meticulously this man chases, like, even the little bubbles that are going to disrupt the texture of it.
好きで好きで入った道なんだからちょっともうやったことはないですよね。着ないと入んないと気持ち悪いんだから。
Aspirational work ethic. Whenever someone tries to bitch about, like, oh, my toxic work culture, this is what they mean. They mean that actually seeing purpose in your work. Try to re-educate those people. Maybe someday something worthwhile can be made out of them. I don't know. It's not. No, he doesn't sound distressed. He's just old. Just a little tough for him to be on his feet. Some people are just of that complexion. So don't you worry. He's doing fine. All right. I am going to be gone for at least 2 weeks. So, a reminder to join the Discord, smash likes, all that good stuff. And I'll let you know when I'm back. This has been Onii-san reminding you to stay frosty.
Crates are like the really good stuff, but I've never gotten anything that great from it.